Are you good to go, Melissa? All right. Everybody got their water, coffee, Pepsi, whatever, your beverage of early morning wake up? So we'll be working through things, kind of casually. If we need to take a bio break or a stretch break, just say so, and we can do that. So, let me sign this and then I'll gavel into order. Rich. Okay. Pass that back then, Melissa, for me, please. Thank you. All right, then I would like to call to order the Kaiser City Council in a work session. It is Saturday, January 18th, 2025, and ask our city reporter to please call roll.
Councilor Cross.
Here.
Councilor Fuller.
Here.
Councilor Christina.
Here.
Council President Starr. Here. Mayor Clark.
Here.
Councilor Jan.
Here.
Council Parsons.
Here.
All right, well, thank you all very much. And first off, thank you to Melissa for arranging for us to have a really good breakfast, courtesy of Jerry Wade and that catering guy. So thank you. I really appreciate that. And thank you for this setup for us to be able to sit around a table and be able to actually talk directly to each other rather than sitting at the dais where we're all kind of craning our necks. So this is really helpful. Appreciate that. So, council said that you want to deal with the council rules of procedure first before we do goal setting. So that's the order. We're going to take the two main things today. And then in our current council rules, we talk about doing the purpose, need, objectives of all our boards and commissions that are not statutorily required. And then we'll talk about how we want to process that in the future, if we want to be a part of our biennium wrap up or part of the goal setting in the future. So right now, it's part of this part of how we plan for the future. So that's why it's on for today. And we've already had some of those conversations. So with that, there's a presentation on rules of procedure. And Adam, are you leading off with that?
I think we're picking up where we left off. We started into it on the 16th of December, right? Do you remember that? Which section? you left?
The first red line is on 2.9.
Okay. So is that how you'd like to do it, is to just keep going through the council rules as we were going through them at the last meeting? Or do you want to skip to section 18?
I would do red line by red line to make sure we don't miss anything.
Yeah,
You want to do that?
That's right. 2.9, you say?
yes, that's the first red line.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so.
And that should be page 48. If that's helpful.
Yep.
You guys have- If you're electronic, if you're paper, you're page 2.
Well,
Elect what?
I know we were working through this, kind of starting from the top and working through, but I did have it's more of a Scrivener's from page 1 and 1.1, says that folks the charter, but left a word out. So if we can just fix that.
What is one?
Way back to the beginning, authority.
Mhm.
Part of the city of Kaiser provides council shall adopt rules for the government of its members and proceedings. The other word in that sentence is committees. From the charter.
I didn't bring my charter.
Can you reference what page that is in the charter, just to,
It's section 3.4.
That's back and forth crap.
So-
Where it says. Adopt rules to govern committees, members and proceedings.
Yep, the council.
And so you want to insert it in committees?
Just to take that section of the charter and just quote it there.
Yeah, why don't you use the exact language? Why don't you use the exact language, Joe? Because it says, in our rules, it says shall adopt, but in the charter, it says must adopt rules to govern committees, members, and proceedings. Why don't you just use the identical?
Okay.
Melissa, I'm gonna need copies of this for everybody.
Okay, those members.
So if I use the exact language, instead of for the government, I'll say to govern.
That sounds great.
Okay, got it.
Let me share.
And then I have, another correction that I believe needs to be made on, section 2.9.
Oh, that's where we are.
Okay, is that where we left off?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
Okay.
so 2.9, where it says rules,
Mhm.
I believe we were talking about policies, like personnel policies are not rule, but that's policy. So I think the reference to be accurate would have to refer to, the personnel policies. What do you think about? Yes, Serena?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So exactly, is there a list? What are the roles that we're talking about?
Well, that's what we're talking about, the adopted, the personnel policies.
Yeah, so
the
is there a
current
list
lender.
of the policies that we can look at for that? So we're-
But no, wait, it says copies of the personnel policies and other rules or
Yeah,
policies that
including the
apply to
youth.
council members.
The youth members, so do we have a copy of that we can look at?
But what are you saying we should do, Kathy?
Well, I'm not sure, because this is in two sections in this draft.
Okay,
It's here and it's referenced elsewhere.
So why are we adding it?
No, we're not adding
No.
anything. What was your change, Kathy?
She
Well,
had a
I want to make
sentence.
sure, because it's talking about rule, but we're talking about compliance with personnel policies.
Well, that's one thing they're talking about, but in that sentence, it says copies of the personnel policies and other rules or policies that apply to council members.
Will be provided to council members prior to taking office.
Right, and that we're required to comply with, it says rules, but also there are personnel policy sections that we're required to comply with.
It says that.
Right, but it says, we're required to comply with the rules. But I think that this is being that it's going to be, it says they're applicable, so either we're being repetitive here, or are we trying to really zero in on the youth member council liaison rule in particular with this addition?
Yeah, because that's nowhere in there.
That's you, Joe.
Oh, well, and maybe I can,
Yeah, that was your ad.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I can chime in, which is certain rules and policies, these are the rules, right? And then there's policies, and some of the policies come straight out of law for like equal opportunity employment
mhm.
and bully stuff.
Thank you.
HR
like,
stuff.
Harassment type at the workplace, that applies to you guys too. But
I'm so glad
it's
no-
almost uninteresting because it applies to you whether or not we say it. So we don't necessarily have to overkill and say that. I believe that this was added in, because we had just come up with trying to come up with a, too deep rule. And so I think this was the too deep rule attempt.
Too
So
deep?
meaning like if you have a minor, the council, we had talked about, we had a discussion about backgrounding
Mhm.
and background checks.
Uh-huh.
And regardless of whether or not you do a background check, we also had this discussion that schools and places that have minors,
Yeah,
they almost always establish this too deep rule where you have to have at least two adults.
got it.
If there's a kid, just to protect the adult and the kid both.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's sort of that attempt there. So, if you guys have heartburn with that language,
I do
put
not
in
have
whatever
heartburn.
people want.
Well, I don't have heartburn with the language, and I'll come to you in a second, that's right. But it's in two places in here, so I just want to make sure that we're clear about what we're talking about and where it needs to live in this document. So we won't end up writing it in about three different places, so that makes sense to me personally that it be here.
Yes,
But I want to, because it's already said they're applicable to us. Doesn't that mean we have to comply with them?
Yeah, you guys only swear to follow the constitutions and the rules and laws of everything. Anyway,
Yeah.
so, I mean, it's it's more a
Redundant.
reminder that these rules apply to you, but they are your rules and you're making them up anyway, so.
So are we
hopefully
good?
Everybody agrees.
Well, we're making them up only in the context of they have to be in compliance with the charter.
Correct.
Are we
So
good to move on then?
Hold on.
I'm going to Sarita. She was the had her hand up. Sarita?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to clarify and wrap it all around, yes, we're obviously obeying federal laws and we want our youth to be, safe. I guess if we're gonna ask the questions and apply it, I know that I've talked to, Council President Starr about this. If we are, I think it would be helpful, and this is probably where we can address it. I don't believe, oh, you answered the question, I don't believe that we do background checks on committees. So, and you know what, we can table it, maybe today's not the date. I believe, in my opinion, it would be helpful that if we have someone on pedestrians or whatnot, we might want to do a background check as a professional volunteer. And that just came to mind
We're gonna get in the argument.
and it popped in my head. Do whatever you want with it.
Well, to kind of further that conversation, part of what we've talked about is that we don't want to exclude people who are otherwise qualified to be able to serve on boards and commissions.
But follow up to that, Madam Mayor, I'm not saying exclude. You can do a background check and say, hey, it could be, you know what, it not a violent, right? No violent, no, you can set the parameters on that background check. You can say 5 years or not without a violent felony. So yes, 100%. I want people to come out and you know, you see me out in the community. If you've paid your debt to society, 100%, I want you to go get them. That is not excluding, that's including.
Yes, and so, and then I'll go to Lori. So how we put this here is that we can keep it really simple, that we comply with, and how we're going to deal with the committees and commissions, that's separate in this document. This is how it applies to us as city council members, as I understand how this is written. So as approved by council, certain personnel policies are applicable to council members, and that is a true statement, and then we will see them. So do we want to make sure that we highlight the compliance with rules regarding youth members as a call out here, because we already have to do so.
I don't think you can have it written too much. That's me.
However we want to address this, and I'll leave it to council, but at some point, we don't have to do this today. We should, if I'm volunteering, I should know as a citizen, if I am sitting next to someone that has domestic violence in their past. In my opinion.
Lori?
I think that's a longer discussion. And I think that we have that coming up in C, which we will not get to today. There's just no way we will.
I just wanted.
But I think we should talk about it then.
Yeah, and I want.
And then council, but I thank you for bringing that up so that we can all be thinking about it. And then we'll be prepared to talk about it when we talk about committees.
I think that we have to, I'm gonna push back a little bit because I think we set the overarching policies for how the committees as a whole are governed. So C is about the relevance and current status of each of the committees, but if we're setting overall policy on how that's going to be run, that's later on in the rules, and I think that's a conversation that we can put a pin in, I would agree, but I think we have to be really cognizant of people's civil rights, because we're gonna end up in court real fast. So I'm gonna go to Dan and I'll go back to, Sarita.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I were going to volunteer to serve with Boy Scouts, I have to be subject to a background check. If I'm going to go to the school and volunteer for anything, I have to be subject to a background check. So I don't know I don't feel that would be overreaching for us to require that.
Yeah, and follow up, everything I do. If I'm a CASA, a background check. If I'm a YMCA interim president, background check. Everything I do in the community is background check. And I'll stand by that.
Okay.
Amy,
I am fine with the way this is written.
Me too.
So I think we should, we're gonna pick that conversation up, right, later on.
Mhm.
And then, but I think for purposes of 2.9, I'm fine with the way it's written and I say next.
I agree.
So we're taking out the red line or we're keeping it?
We're keeping it.
Keeping it.
We're moving on.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
okay, then anything else on? That was
Which one's 3.5?
3.5. So there was the request to add council president. And I had a question on this one, because if the mayor is not here, the council president is the presiding officer.
Mhm.
So do we need the duplication?
Does it hurt? Anything?
Mm-mm.
Does it add anything?
I mean, rather have it in than not.
I agree. It's chicken soup.
So it just make sure that people understand that the presiding officer, as mayor, is not here, the council president is in that space anyway.
Moving on?
So we're talking about 3.5, right?
3.5, yeah.
How many
it's
times-
duplicative.
How many times in all this do we have to put in accordance with Oregon public meeting law requirements? I mean,
You can never have it enough, though. I think you just need to shoot it in. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's chicken soup.
Well, and, you know, to your point, the whole thing with emergency meetings, that there is some of these, you know, don't have an Oregon administrative rule attached to this does. So I think where we say so is because it's not universal. There are specific instances. So I think we need to be careful that if we're defining something and it's defined in the statute, that we go ahead and reference it. So that as the statutes change, our rules then stay in compliance.
I'm just reading it. I'm looking.
We're moving on to the next one?
And yeah, I'm just one more reading because I had this one flagged in my original.
Okay.
That works.
Okay. H5 ought to be easy.
Oh, gosh. I have a word addition on 4.1.
Well,
but
actually, can we press pause for a second? I had a question. I know it's not red line, but on 3.6. To simplify, it kind of goes back to what Dan just said. We have a lot of detail in here. And would it be simpler to simply reference the ORS since executive sessions are governed by
Mhm.
Oregon statute?
Yeah, and that's even the first sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the rest of it is simply a repetition
Mhm.
of the state law.
But it's here, and we don't have to go find state law. I like it.
Issue.
I agree. Doesn't hurt to keep it. It's here, it's written, it's clear. There were lots of things as, in my past running of a program, and I see it all the time. We might reference it in a standard that you have to follow the standards, but we still write them down. And what those are, and we write them out in policies and procedures and practices. So I get it. Yep, it is in state law, but let's write it down and keep it in here.
I agree.
I think what might help though, because state law can change and then we have to go back and find it and change it. If things change here, go ahead and put the reference. Because we still have to be under compliance with accordance with state law, and I think it'd be helpful. So if people want to go look, what does that say? Where do I find it? You don't have to go look and the reference is in there.
I agree with Counselor Christopher and Council President Stark.
In that.
Whatever they just said.
Just leaving it in.
Leave it
Yeah, I'm
in.
not saying I take it out, but I'm
No.
saying
Add the
So if somebody goes.
As a citing for the
Yeah, and the
ORS.
citation, so it's clear if somebody wants to go look, well, what does this really mean? And you don't have to go look up the citation and then go track it.
I
down.
have no objection to that. I
We could
think,
even link it.
yeah, actually, that's
Yeah,
great. Put a
I like
hyperlink
it. Yeah,
in.
put the link in, so it's easy to just go hopping over and
Mhm.
find it.
Extra points for you.
I'm keeping tabs.
Chicken soup.
You're saying I'm chicken.
Sometimes.
Okay. And then, if we could go to 3.10, I know this isn't highlighted, but we have an omission that I'd like to, make sure we cover. So the way it's written here says charter provides section 7.8, the council office will be deemed vacant upon absence for 60 days without consent. In our charter, though, if they're absent from the city for 30 days without council consent, that's a shorter timeline. And has it happened? Yes, it has.
Mhm.
It actually did happen, and we did have to take action because when Dennis Coho was hospitalized, we actually had to go take care of that. He was out of the city, i.e. in Salem, for more than 30 days. So if we're going to talk about attendance duty, there is actually a shorter timeline that we have to be aware of, if we want to put that in there, or simply reference charter, whatever you would like to have in there. I'd like to make sure we have that correction.
So can somebody read how it would, the suggestion of how it should read?
Well, the vacancies are caused under 7.8 for more than just that reason, but in that particular reason, it's subsection B, sub 2 says absence from the city for 30 days without council consent or from all council meetings within a
Within
60-day period. So I could add,
Mhm.
after the word absence, add, from the city for 30 days without council consent, or from, and then meetings, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Like add in, that sub 2 to the first part, absence from the city. for 30 days.
Yeah, you can't call it in from Arizona. If you're down, there's no birding. Jamie?
So I just want to clarify, I understand the example that you were giving with the late Mr. Coho. So he was in the hospital
Mhm.
in Salem.
Mhm.
Not like he could be in the hospital in Kaiser, we don't have one. So by mere fact that he was in the nearest hospital, you deemed his seat vacant?
No, we did not.
You did not do it. Okay, thank you.
But it would have happened had we not taken action, so.
We give consent.
They
We
gave-
have to give
yeah, they
consent.
gave consent, exactly, to be absent. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to,
Because he did eventually come back only,
Right.
but not for very long.
Yeah.
But he did, we didn't want to
He did,
declare
right.
the seat vacant,
Right.
and I think that was the key, because at that point,
okay,
if we had gotten word that, this is how it's gonna go, we could have gone ahead and declared the seat vacant.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't
No, we're good.
penalizing
No,
anybody.
no,
for-
we're good.
No, but we did need to take action,
Yeah.
because it doesn't delineate the conditions under which it happens, is simply somebody is out of the city for 30 days. And they haven't given notice. So that we can say, yep, we get it. Okay. We can make that correction.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So the correction was going from 60 to 30 to match the charter? or-
Uh-huh. No, there's two separate conditions. One is out of the city for 30 days
Mhm.
or
here.
missing all council meetings for 60.
Right there.
That's within the charter.
So I'm adding after the word absence, Adam. the
Meetings.
words From the city for 30 days without council consent, or, and then it picks back up from meetings of the council for 60 days without like.
Okay. Thank you.
And thanks for.
I'm not sure when we get it right down, but I'll.
No, I know.
Do you have it?
Between the two of us.
Yes, we're good.
Okay. Cool. All right. The next one is on 3.11. And this was just a matter of just practicality to make sure that anybody's going to be missing a meeting. It's just so much more efficient to get it to the city recorder. You keep track. Good record.
No objection.
And,
Madam
uh-huh,
Mayor, I have under 4.1, I just, on the second sentence, where it says, special meetings and executive sessions of the city council and shall be recognized, I would like to insert the word political head of the city to match the charter.
Yes.
Just adding the word, okay,
yeah, that's the proper terminology from
Right
the
here.
charter,
just adding it right here.
right? Yeah, the terminology is mayor serves as the political head of the city government.
Okay, I'm right, sorry.
And we then, because the ceremonial is not in the charter, we can go ahead and take that out, just recognize as the political head of the city government, which, so we just quote the charter. The ceremonial has a limiting or definition that wasn't in the charter. The charter just says this. So if we just quote the charter, then we're good.
Well, I think that's a decision for the council of the city for all ceremonial purposes. I mean, if anybody disagrees, but I don't see any reason to remove it. I think that all of us would agree, unless Kyle, you'd like to. If you'd like to be in charge of some ceremonies, otherwise, let's just name it. Let's just give that power to the position of mayor. That the political head of the city presides over all ceremonial purposes. I don't see any reason to remove it.
Unless assigned.
You could add unless assigned, but
But we're talking about two different things here, I think. One is,
recognized as
well, and so.
the political head of the city for all ceremonial purposes. I think that's a power that the council in their rules is giving to the position of mayor. We're recognizing that the political head is the
position. of mayor.
the position of mayor is recognized as the political head for all ceremonial purposes. I just don't think we have to remove it.
We're not removing it.
We're not removing
We're
it.
adding political to the.
No, she wanted to remove it.
And I wanted to,
Remove the whole thing.
no, what I'm
No.
suggesting is because that was added and it's above and beyond what the charter says. The charter just says is recognized as the political head of the city government,
Which can be,
period.
Right.
Or if we're talking about ceremonial proceedings and so forth, that's a subset.
Totally agree.
So I think we need to clarify and split that out. If we're going to be talking about and right here, we're just talking about presiding officer. So I think that if we want to just really keep this focused on the duties of presiding officer, not as the mayor in toto, which is what's covered in the charter, then I think that part actually needs to come out. As a presiding at the regular sessions, work sessions, special meetings, executive session, and
And the
ceremonial events. If that's what we're talking about, then let's talk about that, but I think the rest of it is already defined in charter, and I don't think it needs to be repeated.
Well, I think that's what we're talking about, and I don't care. If you guys wanna take that out, I don't care, but I don't think it hurts anything, and I think it absolutely gives that responsibility to the position of mayor, and I think that that's appropriate, because I think that's that's current practice.
Well, and you know, again, going back to the charter, so if we want to split this out, ceremonial events is a subset of the duties of the office. It's not the whole thing. So I think we're talking about the political head of the city government. That's not just presiding at ceremonies and ribbon cuttings. I think if we're talking about that events specifically, where we're talking about the presiding officer and how the mayor functions as a presiding officer, that's fine, but let's make sure that we're clear that we're not saying that's what political head means. In this particular context, that might be true, but I don't think that we need to put that in here and say what that's going to define the entire office.
I don't think it does. Is there
It does.
support to take it out?
Yeah, I'd love to just take it out and be really clear. All we're talking about here is the duties of the presiding officer.
I don't think you have support to take it out.
So how do you want to rewrite that so it's clear that we're not limiting the office of mayor to
Joe?
be head of ceremonial?
Do you
Because
feel
not
that
it
that's
says in
what
the
this
charter.
is doing?
Well, no, but here's,
I don't think-
here's what I would say about this, is this section starts out and almost talks of the same as section 3 in the charter.
Mhm.
And section 3.2 is the mayor, and it starts out with, in the title of the section, the mayor presides over and facilitates council meetings, preserves order, enforces council rules, and determines the order of business under council rules. This is not the powers section anyway. Power section is number 2. So number 3 is about the meetings. And then the subsections under the meetings are: the mayor, the voting member of the council, has no veto authority. B, the mayor must sign all records of council decisions. And C, the mayor serves as political head of the city government. So these are cutouts more, but they're not under the power section. They're under basically the facilitation of meetings. And I believe this follows that thinking because it says you preside over all the meetings, and then you also are recognized as a political head for other ceremonies.
Exactly. I agree. So no change in your opinion.
Well, it's up to you guys. These are your rules. I'm.
But you
just
don't
trying
see any
to-
problem
I
that
don't
this
see- I
in
don't see
any way
Problem with,
defines or limits any additional powers within this document for the office of mayor.
well, these rules can't limit anyway. So, I mean, there's always the ability to argue things, because the charter is the power that the
Mhm.
citizens get.
Yeah,
So, but, I mean, this is more of recognition.
Yeah.
Your rules. Although, again, I think the rules, as I think, Counselor Christopher pointed out too, it's nice to have a couple of places to look, so you don't have to look everywhere, every time.
exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, you guys can decide how much or little you wanna say within these rules, and they can't affect the charter.
I say leave it.
Anybody want to remove it?
Yeah, I would rather be it clear that we're only talking about the process of presiding over a meeting. And this is not, all encompassing. So, when you put in the, recognized political head of the city for all ceremonial purposes, I don't think that that's terribly helpful in defining how that is functioning as the presiding officer. Because it implies that then the mayor's position is ceremonial, and that's not what the charter says. So rather than read in additional limitations or definitions, I think that if we're just talking about presiding officer, this is what this section is talking about. How does the mayor position preside? How, under what conditions? And with their ceremonial events, then the mayor is going to be the one who does the lead out. If we want to say that, let's say that, but I don't think the rest of it, is terribly helpful.
I think,
Record.
okay,
So you want to put in, shall be the recognized political head of the city for all ceremonial purposes. Okay. Anything? Moving on then. Oh, Dan, did you have something?
Yes,
Sorry.
thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, even though you are the ceremonial, that's your responsibility to be the ceremonial head, there are times that you can assign that to other people. And it doesn't really say that in here, but we all know that that's the case. So should that also be listed? I'm just wondering.
I think it is elsewhere though.
Is it?
I believe so.
Because as presiding officer, there's a clear, and again, we're just talking about official meetings of the council. We're talking about presiding officer, because when you have ceremonial events, that's not decision-making, that's just out in the public. So that's really outside the purview here. I think that, to your point, Dan, in those conditions, of course, it's, mayor or designee, but in this case, we're talking about, the mayor doesn't get to choose. If the mayor is not here, it goes to council president, and that's by charter.
Mhm.
So that's not even something we can, and if we reiterate it here, in the absence of the mayor, the council president shall serve as presiding officer, that's charter. And if we're both gone, then it's pretty much, you know, rock, paper, scissors between the rest of you.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that to your point, I don't think it's helpful to say or designee unless we're pulling out the whole section about, the ceremonial, because that is separate and apart from presiding over the business meetings of the city. So do you think that's gonna introduce any confusion?
Nope.
Okay. All right, this goes to, section 5D. Anything in between? Before we go there?
Wait,
5D is in 5.2D,
5.2D.
5.2D.
That's fine.
And remember good with that?
Yep. Yeah, I don't have a change.
I don't
I
have a
don't have a
change.
change.
What change do you have?
It's a red line that says, no council member shall be required to
that's
take
the next
part in an event or
You're in a
action.
different, you're in a different
Yeah.
version there.
You mean 5E?
She means by the, I think.
Oh,
No, I mean D.
No.
no, we don't
we
have
don't have
any
We
D.
don't have it on ours.
We don't have it.
Our 5D is not redlined.
Are you asking about the charitable contributions?
Correct.
So it is E.
It got put into an E.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're not on the right red line version.
Okay, I've got an old red line. Okay, so on the 5, okay, so you put that as an E on the no charitable contribution.
Can
Shall
we
be
get,
solicited.
can we get the mayor the correct red line version?
I
there
probably,
might-
it's probably in the box and I didn't, Swap it out.
Okay, great.
I think you left one in my box, did you?
That'll drive
I
her
don't know if we all
crazy.
had one. I had one in my
Yeah.
box.
So I picked up the wrong one. This red line and then that red line and, hang on.
Yeah, that's just
Okay,
law.
but everybody good with that one?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did you have
And
F?
then- so now it's F, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And, okay, so that was to say, unless specified, so I think that the change here is to say the mayor cannot delegate, but that council. Councilors will make representation on behalf of the city when authorized by council.
Mhm.
And of course, we can speak on our own behalf.
And can I just,
Sure.
can somebody that is better than I at grammar, do a grammar check on that? Cause I feel like I have a double negative.
It is a double negative.
Thank
I think
you.
you have to take the not after the shall, because it became neither nor.
I want my
Right.
Grammarly badge today.
We took it from an either or, so it did make a double negative.
Okay, so you'll fix it.
What it will say is, I'm gonna scratch out that not after shall,
Thank you.
unless specifically authorized by the council. Neither the mayor nor council shall make any representation.
Great.
Perfect.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I need to see the new language.
So right here, he's taking this out.
Okay. Okay, so what you're saying is the change is that unless specifically authorized by the council, the mayor, neither the mayor nor the councilor shall make any representation. So the mayor, up until now, has been able to speak as the official spokesperson. And so what we're gonna do is change it to where the mayor and councilors have to get represent on behalf of the council, but both can individually express their own thoughts and opinions.
Sure.
Which is what we have been doing as practice
Correct.
anyway.
Mhm.
Okay. Sounds good. Like it. Okay,
6.1D?
No, we're 5.4.
5.4,
Oh, that's just state law.
Oh, state law, yeah, that one's easy.
yeah, so we simplified that by taking out ordinance resolution, just state law. Simpler. Okay. On to section 6. So we've got, order of business, and this comes, I believe, primarily from the charter. If I remember right, I could read it wrong. Okay, so. Literally, hot off the press. Okay, so we're, order of business or special order of business, and I think we're cleaning this up to reflect current practice.
Mhm.
Special order of business, take precedence over all other items except flag salute. Concurrence of the council. Is there a situation where we would put something before the flag salute? Because I think we get to the order of business, on concurrent, changing that at the end, this is in 2 places. So where would this make sense? Right now, we have it both here and then at the end of section 6.1, the very last line after N. As a typo, should be concurrence. Presiding officer with concurrence of council,
Correct.
Yes.
may adjust the order of business. So can we take it out of D and just leave it at the end because it's more general? It applies to all of it, because right now it's in 2 places. Is there a reason to put it as special orders of business specifically?
Well, I read this, Madam Mayor, one is special orders of business and one is just the order of business. So
Mhm.
I read them as, for me, I read them as 2 entirely different. I mean, one could make the argument that they're the same and it's redundant, but one is literally entitled special orders of business and the other one is entitled, I read it as order of business. So for example, special orders of business would be the presentation of the award to Officer Howden, right? That was a special order of business in my mind.
Mhm.
But just general order of business, for example, we might have an agenda item under administrative action and there's public comment for it. But to me, the adjustment of keeping that public comment to that order, right, it applies to just a general agenda business
Mhm,
item. So I
the
think it's
agenda,
important to keep them separate.
I think it's chicken soup, so I think you could read it either way. So I'm fine with, huh?
Chicken soup for this one?
This, yeah, mhm.
Because and the way I read it is that this last line applies to all of it, which would include the special orders of business. So having it in 2 places, I can't think of an example where that would be different. I mean, Shania, you gave your example, and I think it would still fall under, we can change the order of business. With concurrence of council, because what I've done by practice is say, well, I'd like to take this first. Does everybody concur? Up until now, under our current rules, I could just do it, but I never have, because I don't think that's terribly helpful. I think it's more helpful to, ask for concurrence of council for making that change. So I appreciate putting this in, but I just don't see putting it in 2 places, because special orders of business is part of our order of business. So it's not terribly helpful.
Is there support to remove it? I don't think so.
Dan?
At this juncture right now, any proclamations or anything like that, that you feel like as a mayor that we need to do, you just do. Is that correct?
That's under a separate section, but yeah. No, to a point, there's a limitation.
So
The city.
one of the questions that I guess I I read this and I wonder, does the council then have any say-so on what those proclamations are? If we decided that there was a seniors with,
That's
who,
not here.
who, where
separate section.
depends
Mhm.
a day that we need a proclamation for, is that something that the council would need to approve, or could the mayor just say, you know, we're gonna do a Depends Day?
Well, we have a resolution that
Good
governs
point,
that.
but not.
So, we do have a resolution that governs that, and so that's a separate section. So if we could talk about the conditions under which a proclamation is issued, but that's not an order of business, that's actually a policy that I'd love to have that conversation. I think that's section, oh, where is it?
The answer-
11?
The answer is it depends.
So it's further down, so if we can talk about the conditions under which a proclamation is issued.
Mhm.
I think that's a great conversation to have, but that's not the
That's not
order,
this.
that's content. So if we could get into that conversation about what that looks like, I think that's a great conversation to have. That's not this.
So to move it
Lori?
along, is anybody in support of taking this out, or are we just gonna leave it? Understanding, as the mayor said, it may be redundant, there may be in two places.
I'm fine leaving it in.
Leave it in.
All right,
Great,
gonna be in two places.
okay. Wait, there's something goofy.
I forgot my thing.
There's something goofy, Joe, on F. It says in accordance with section,
7.1.
oh,
That's it.
oh,
And then
okay.
taking out the red line, yes,
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
So
it.
sorry,
simpler?
never mind.
Yes.
It's the way the page cut, okay.
Yep.
Yep.
So everybody good with just making the reference to 7.1, kind of like the proclamations, the actual content is in another section of the rules.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, let's go then to, so we have J, and kind of with that is M. There are two different ways to approach, bringing new matters to the agenda. And it'd be good to kind of clarify how that happens. So J and M are two different approaches to how do we get something on the agenda? So we've used other business. Time is provided for members of the council or city to staff to bring new, taking out new or old matters, just matters. It doesn't matter if they're new or old. They're not listed on the agenda before the council. They don't need to be specifically listed, but are used to develop a future agenda item which shall include clear definition of issues and materials requested from staff. And so forth, and or agenda input, and this has always confused me. So agenda input, we've just listed the upcoming meetings. Wouldn't agenda input be input on what we would like to see on the next agenda in terms of topics? So where does this belong? Lori?
So I want to go back to J.
Mhm. Yeah, these both gonna go together.
Okay, I want to start with J.
Mhm.
And it says, but are used to develop a future agenda item. I mean, sometimes they are, not always. And then it says it shall include a clear definition of the issue and the materials requested by staff. I think that's too much. I think that's too onerous. I don't think that we should, if we want to bring something up, under other business, yes, it will probably lead to a future agenda item, but that counselor may not know what specifically the clear definition of the issue is. It might be a broad definition, and certainly they might not know what materials are gonna be needed to request by staff. I don't think we should have that in there. I don't think we should be required, we as counselors should be required to know that, because we may not know that. We may say, can't think of one. I can't think of one, but I don't want to bring it up.
Public
Zip
meetings
link.
law.
The fiber.
Okay, that's a great one.
Mhm.
Yeah, Ziply. So, I think Council President Starr brought up Ziply. Well, we wanted information brought back, but bringing that up under other business gave us an opportunity to talk around and volley that around to determine what the specific clear definition was, and then see what we wanted from staff.
Yeah.
So I don't think this, so I don't like this.
Mhm.
So I think we should end it at future agenda item and then get rid of shall include clear definition of the issue and materials requested of staff, because for the simple point that we may not know it.
Mhm.
And I don't think we should be required to have all of that information. Sometimes we're floating an idea.
And it leads to healthy conversation.
I think it does, and I don't think you knew where that was gonna go with Zipley when you brought that up, and that's my point. So that was whoever said Zipley, that was a good idea.
Right.
Nice job there, Soraya.
Me.
So here's a question, is that when we bring it up, it's a conversation starter. When we're done to decide what's going to be next, isn't it going to be helpful for people listening to understand,
Yes.
okay, what's the next step?
That's not what this says.
So how can we change that? So, but.
We
when
can
we're
end it
done-
at future agenda item. We can say these matters need not be specifically listed on the agenda, but are used to develop a future agenda item. And then through that discussion, we'll figure out what
Mhm.
that specific, clear definition is and what materials are needed from staff. I just think the counselors, the Zipley question, you didn't know where we were gonna go with that.
No, but
Yeah.
maybe it's a conversation starter.
Yeah.
So it's a conversation starter,
Mhm.
and if it's gonna come back as a future council agenda item,
Then we'll have that.
so as part of this process, then,
That's
like
putting a
that-
muzzle on somebody. Like, we don't want to muzzle people.
no, I
or
think
us.
it's actually going to help clarify, because then you bring out, what do you want from this? Are we
After the
bringing this up
discussion.
Just to talk.
After.
After the
After the
discussion.
discussion.
Mhm.
So can we put in there that, that may result in, clear definition and materials requested of staff, because staff has to know what they're gonna be asked for.
Don't need it there.
Where would it go in?
What do you want us to?
We don't
at the
need it
end of
there.
Why
I
do we
mean,
need it?
do?
we're
Yeah,
talking
I
about an
agree.
agenda item called other business, and what we're saying is, how do we get these other items on the agenda? So the other matters not specifically listed on the agenda, but are used to develop a future agenda item. Really, Kathy, that
You're
says it
putting people in a
all.
box.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you're
And in
boxing
that
them up.
instance, we did not have a future agenda item.
That's right.
It was conversation
Mhm.
and it ended up working out because Bill talked to them and they said, oh my God, we didn't know this was happening. So
Yeah.
it was
Like if
conversation.
we had that
was a-
box, none of that stuff would have happened. We
Right.
wouldn't have had the same result with
100%.
that box. With that sentence, we wouldn't have had the same result we just had.
I agree.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So how would you like to put it so that if it's gonna come back as an agenda item, that we help set people up for success?
I don't think
What
we
do
have to
need?
list
We
it there.
don't.
We
Like,
don't have to
just-
list.
We just had a success.
This is how to put
without
something on the
sentence.
agenda. This is how to put something on the agenda. We don't have to. I don't think we have to go
Determine
into
that
if
in
it
that
comes back.
conversation.
Yes.
Like, we're
to
trying to
determine-
recreate the wheel. We just had this huge success with Zipley. They didn't know. We gave it to Bill Lawyer. He went, had a conversation with Zipley. They're like, oh my goodness, we didn't know, because community residents gave it to council. If we had that sentence, none of those achievements or successes would have happened if we had that sentence. Why have a sentence?
And I think we get rid of it in M as well. If an issue is brought by a council member,
Mhm.
let's see. If
Well,
the,
and we need it in both places is the question I'm asking, because here it is in two places.
Mhm.
Where should we have this conversation? Is it under both? Or is
No.
it going to be specific to, if you want to bring something up, do you bring it up under other business and it's agenda input, simply listing the next meetings coming up, which has been tradition?
I think so.
Okay, so let's define that, because that agenda input sounds funny because we're putting input into the agenda, but we're actually only calendaring
I think that's
under that
right.
one.
I
That's
think
what
that's
we've
right.
traditionally been doing.
Well,
So if we're gonna bring it up, do we want to bring it up under other business?
I believe so. That's where I
That
think
part
it
of
should
it.
live. I think agenda input, I'm just going by what you're currently doing. I
but
think,
just because we've been sorry, but just
Yes,
because,
Brenda.
because healthy conversation, just because we've been traditionally doing something, just 2 minutes, we're like, hey, this is what I'm telling you what I'm doing. It doesn't mean I'm not going to use my 2 minutes like, hey, I'm gonna use those 2 minutes for something completely different. We don't have to do traditional, like, we don't have to strong arm or say, this is what you have to use your voice for. It's okay to do something completely different.
And I
And
agree, so let's.
So I'm just
yeah.
gonna throw that out there. And so
So-
when we put sentences in
Mhm.
that are siloing our voices, that's a problem to me.
Well, and I think, if I'm right, you're talking about the council member reports. Are we talking about the
Yeah, I'm
agenda?
just saying in anything, like any of these sentences feel very like, you can talk about this here, you can talk, in my opinion,
Mhm.
Leave them.
leave, let us talk.
Well,
Except that we need to get rid of the sentence that says, under agenda input, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah,
Again,
yeah.
I think it's chicken soup.
I think
So-
you just delete the whole thing that's in red, yes?
Well, you've got in there,
So-
under agenda input, that's where they've got the 3 of the city council members present.
because under other business, if we're gonna bring it back, that would be council saying, okay, we would like to bring X back.
Mhm.
We've done it many times where a hot topic will come up. I'll finish and then I'll come to you, Shani. So we'll bring up an agenda item, say, you know, we need more information. We'd like to get it out there. Staff, can you help us get ready to have this conversation at the next meeting or when it's practicable? So we've done that under other business. That's the time period, because the whole point of an order is to know when we are going to have the opportunity to have discussion. And have it be in an orderly fashion. If we just, make it, we can talk about anything under any agenda item. We're no longer in an order of business, if you will, and that's the structure that we're working under Robert's rules, unless we don't want to do that. But I think other business is a really logical place, what we've been doing traditionally to bring up, I'd like to talk about X.
Where else does it say, there's another place in the rules where it says that it has to be at least 3 of the city council members.
So it's on the next page.
Oh,
So
okay,
step
so
by
it's
Placing an
there.
item on the agenda. That's
Okay,
what
thank
you're
you.
saying is these are 2 different things.
I got it.
But I'm saying during the process of the meeting, where do we want to have that to bring it up? So to Sarita's point, you can
Okay.
bring something up under your council member reports, but I'm looking at J and M.
Mhm.
Where is the logical place in the flow of our business so we don't end up, spinning our wheels and staying here till midnight? That we actually expect, if you're gonna bring something up, this is the time for you to bring it up.
Well, other business, but
And wait, Lori, it's Shane's turn.
I forgot my hedgehog. I was gonna bring a hedgehog so we could hold it, and only when we hold it can we speak, but I forgot. It's in my car. I'll get it at a break. So
Don't need- Go ahead,
I might
Please.
disagree on that.
please go ahead.
So here's the thing. I don't know that we I don't think for me, there's not a compelling reason to take one off and leave the other on. I think it was fine, as written, and here's why. Because other business, I might have something, we're going around, like we do on the dais and city, staff put in if they have something else they wanna bring up, or city councilors have something. You may get around the dais, right? And something that somebody else said triggers something in, which this is me all the time.
that's my
Oh,
first.
you said that. And so then, in my opinion, I think leaving the option under agenda input allows for if I've been passed.
So you
So-
want,
I
so,
say leave it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
we need to take
I think-
obviously, what I think I agreed with Lori on taking that sentence. These issues may include items recommended to be brought before council by staff or a council member, period.
Mhm.
And then delete the rest of that sentence, because again, to Counselor Cross's point, I don't necessarily agree with stifling healthy discussion. And with all due respect, Mayor, we're not gonna be here till midnight because we now have a 3-hour max meeting, so. There you go.
well, I appreciate that. I think one of the things that has made the meetings go really long is bringing up indeterminate council discussions. So when we're doing more than just going through the administrative and public hearing work of the council, but actually using the council meeting time to not only engage in a conversation, but then develop an issue and so forth. We can talk about whether that's gonna be better done in work sessions where we can really dive in. and get into those conversations rather than tag it into a council meeting. So that's up to us as a group. If we want to have shorter timelines, then we need to make sure that what we are dealing with in our agenda is actually focused on the business rather than also adding in a whole section of a conversation around an issue, especially if it's not yet defined. So we have to be flexible about that. I don't want to stifle a voice saying, okay, we're done at 9 o'clock, but we want to have an in-depth discussion. Well, I understand that, but it was stifle conversation to say, okay, we're done at 9 o'clock, but I want to have a very big, hairy conversation about a complex issue. And we have 5 minutes left. So I think that we have to be cognizant that it can't have both ways.
Can we move on?
So we're leaving it, but we're getting rid of, if the issue is brought up by a council member, the issue shall include clear definition.
We're getting rid of that.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
so, we'll now allow for, so agenda input is going to change from what it has been, because then now it looks like.
Go ahead.
Sorry, please. I'll make sure we're clear.
I mean, I don't know if anybody else wants to move on, I'm just throwing it out.
Well, I'm just kind of waiting if there's a clarification.
4.3?
4.2.
4.2, thank you. Okay,
Well, so it would become 4.3 if
Yeah,
that were
okay.
your wish of the council there.
okay,
This going back to section 4?
No.
yes,
Okay, so,
but I
okay,
just
stand
had
by, stand by. So let's keep this in order. So under J and M, we are going to add in the methodology for that we are using this time to also develop a future agenda item. Again, work through what that expectation is, what the direction is from council as a whole to staff if necessary. Because again,
No.
we don't get to.
that's
direct
not what
staff.
this says, no.
Well, if we're going to put this on a future agenda, we're having the conversation as a team. All of us are talking about it.
I don't agree with that.
I do not agree with that. I think those two should be consistent.
Mhm.
And I think it should say, and I think
I
your,
agree.
what you said was exactly right.
Mhm.
When you go through all of that, you might say, oh, I think we should add this. And I don't think you should have all that detail and parameters in there.
I agree.
Okay, well then
So I
we're
agree
good.
taking that language out, but I think we want to be clear about what we're doing is that, you know what, it occurred to me when Counselor X said this, can we deal with that? But then there's the we. Then we discuss it and then we, the council.
But we don't need to put anything in here that says that.
I agree, but I think we need to understand
Pass
that
those around.
it's not gonna be one counselor directing the
Conversation.
conversation, is that the council brings up the topic, then the council,
It says at least 3 of the council members present.
well, that's the stuff taken out.
You took that out?
If the issue is brought by a council member, the issue shall include, this is what I'm taking out. If the issue is
Okay.
brought by a council member, the issue shall include clear definition of the issue and materials requested by staff. Period.
No.
Period.
Okay, so
That's
we
still
will
in
leave in,
So
Council member issues, shall be determined appropriate by a vote of at least 3 of the council members present.
So let us say, we decide, yeah, we're gonna.
Then we
So we're
decide,
taking out that one.
okay, we
sentence.
want to bring it forward to either a work session or we bring it back on an agenda item and here's what we want from
Right.
staff.
so it's a
Exactly.
vote. So it's a vote by the council, so determined by a vote of at least 3 council members present, what does that mean?
Well,
So
it's
we're voting and it only takes 3 to pass it?
There's no
we're-
passing of anything. It's adding it to the agenda.
Right, but it's a vote.
It is a vote, but it only takes 3 to get it on the agenda, which is exactly the standard that we've already set.
Exactly, but I want to make sure that if we're talking about that, only 3 have to vote in the affirmative.
To bring it up.
To
Yeah,
bring
right,
it, to put it on an agenda, yeah.
Right.
On the agenda.
So it's not a majority, not required.
Correct.
Understood,
100%.
just the way it is right now.
Yep,
Well,
I
that's-
agree with that. Everybody agree with that? Yep. Okay, let's go. Boom. Saturday. Move on.
Okay, we're
Get it
just making
going.
clear that it's no longer the majority of the
Goes
council
on.
that will be directing.
Okay,
Okay, and then we're gonna leave on, the last line, which is with the concurrence of council. Laura, you want to go back to 4.2?
yeah, but are we done with this? Are we done with page 8?
Well, do you have
Wait,
everything?
wait, just read it.
Hang on,
I do.
slow down.
No.
One of your-
No, I didn't say move on. I just wanted to ask, I asked Joe if he had everything he needed.
Thank you.
I'm removing
That was a lot of
from,
information.
from M and removing the middle sentence of the red.
Yeah, cause,
Yeah.
yeah,
And leaving the first and the third.
And the last.
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then the last thing on page 8 is the presiding officer with the concurrent council may adjust the order of business.
Correct.
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
Grammarly bad.
Okay, so now we're done with page 8, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Now, yes, I have a proposal for consideration to add to the council rules, and it is back on section 4. I apologize. And as Joe said, it would come after 4.2, it would become 4.3, and that is the creation of a council vice president position. Understanding, and you've just been passed out the,
I didn't get one.
I didn't get one.
well, pass them around.
Oh, never mind. I got him.
It's the whole book.
Jeez. Jill,
Marlene, wake up. Go
Come
get
on,
coffee.
hurry up.
Okay, so, this proposal seeks to amend the Kaiser City Council Rules of Procedure to create a position of council vice president. The addition of this role will enhance organizational efficiency, ensure continuity of leadership, and strengthen the council's ability to effectively represent the city of Kaiser at public events and meetings. Proposal summary. This is all me, you guys. Joe will clean this up and make it lawyery. Creation of the council vice president position. The vice president will serve as a key leadership role within the city council, complementing the positions of mayor and council president. This role will assure that there is an established line of succession and provide additional support for the council. Primary duties. Second, on all perfunctory motions, the vice president will act as a designated second for routine procedural motions to streamline meeting operations. Representation at public events. The vice president will represent the council at public events when the mayor or council president are unavailable. Third in line is presiding officer. The council president will assume the role of presiding officer in the absence of both the mayor and council president. So proposed amendments to the council rules is adding a section to formally establish the position of council vice president. And then we'll have to talk about, do we want any additional duties or responsibilities of the vice president? But my thought was to making it consistent with the current president of the council. So I wasn't anticipating any and the council president makes the motions. So this position would second those perfunctory motions. Let's see, where was I? Outline the process for selecting the vice president, which my idea would be exactly how we vote in a president of the council. We would do the same thing with the council vice president. And then clarify that we almost have a quasi executive committee, which would be the mayor, the president, and the vice president. And I think that's a good thing. So, but I don't know how y'all feel. Benefits of this proposal. Leadership continuity ensures a clear line of succession and prevents disruptions in leadership. Operational efficiency streamlines procedural operations and enhances meeting productivity. Increased representation strengthens the council ability to engage in the community through consistent representation, so that if the mayor is not available and the council president is, it gives us one more designated person before we have to say, okay, who's available? Enhanced collaboration establishes a quasi-executive committee. Okay, that's my proposal. Talk amongst yourself.
So, it's interesting you should bring this up. We used to have a position called sergeant at arms and we took it out on purpose. Because it was, and it had pretty much these functions. And in the last go round, we actually took it out because we just never used it. It was not something we were doing. So, it's an interesting idea. I
don't think it hurts anything. Right?
I mean, I like it. The first thing that came to my mind was when you got down to like the increased representation to engage, I was like, divide and conquer.
That's right, working person.
I like it. I'm in for it.
Oh,
Should we just call it the referee?
did you say that out loud?
What do you say?
referee. Yeah.
We call him the referee.
I like it.
Because it used to be, I mean, we used to have this position and it just had a different name.
But I
It was
think it's-
sergeant at arms, we
Just
took
be-
it out.
We,
Just because it didn't work once.
there
doesn't
is
mean it won't
vice
work again.
presidents in other councils.
Was that?
There are vice presidents in other councils, just to expand that bench depth. And I've always liked that idea.
So what we've done, and I'll come to you, Marlene, I see you. is that if the mayor and,
President.
council president aren't available, we put it out to the universe. To be, because most of the time when that's happening, it's like, we need somebody now.
Yep.
And puts out to the other five who's available, because, you know, and as a side note, there was a time period, I think it's about 2 years, where we had a council where 100% of the councilors were employed. We don't have that now. We're back to 3 being, retired, but during that time period when we had 100% employed council members, it had to go out to the universe to say, okay, who can drop everything, take vacation time, take time off. And so there was an urgency oftentimes that went with that. Marlene, what do you think?
Well, when we had the sergeant at arms position, I think one of the reasons why we took it out was because the sergeant at arms was contradictory to the mayor controlling the meeting. The sergeant at arms was to, at that point, was to calm things down or whatever,
Exactly.
which is what you do, right? And so that was really contradictory to that, and nobody wanted to be sergeant at arms.
Okay,
They
that's the truth right there.
Yeah, so because,
Nobody wanted it.
yeah, because of the duties, which I think is way different than this. I think this would work. I just think that's a lot of stuff right there, but I think it would work,
I
you know,
agree.
just as a third in line, but they're not sergeant at arms. They can't.
No.
And you can't speak out when you want to. You have to raise your hand.
Oh,
Yes.
oh, there's that.
Get my hedgehog.
Oh, as a reminder,
Sorry.
I don't understand hedgehog, but I do understand taking turns, so, and maybe that's what the hedgehog does, is
Mhm.
it taking turns?
Yes.
That's what I
So
feel
I
like.
need blurters here.
Mhm.
I'm one
Oh,
of them.
okay, I'm not
It
familiar with
goes back to
reference.
grade school when you were at camp, right? And you could only talk around the campfire when you were holding the thing. So
Okay.
now,
Okay,
We went to
anyway,
different camps.
I think
Okay.
it could be refined by him, but I think this is a little different than that. I think we try it. If it doesn't work, we take it out.
I like it.
I'm good with it.
I'm gonna go Dan, because he hasn't had a turn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the questions I had when this was brought to me and I just looked at a little bit.
Oh, you saw this? Oh.
No, no one's
I
seen
didn't
this.
see
I
this,
wrote
but I
this.
just had heard rumor that it might come up. And my thought was.
What does that look for?
No, I
Like,
just-
it's not okay? Did Gloria?
No, I was, it was interesting that, said about, I've heard about this and this is new to all
Well,
of
it's new to
us.
me. I mean, but maybe Lori talked to him.
Oh, I said, what do you think about?
Okay, so you did have a conversation. kind of
Is that legal?
Okay, just curious.
She probably could have a conversation with him, right?
I'm just, it was just interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, just making sure that was.
Yeah, I
okay.
did not see this
Oh, I know, no one's seen this.
You know
I haven't
what?
seen that.
or heard about it, so.
Dan's turn.
Thank you. So would the council vice president attend the agenda meeting and then we wouldn't need to rotate the counselors in?
There's a bonus.
Well, I'm gonna push back on that a little bit because Dan, and you share with me what you think. I think it's been an advantage to rotate counselors through that meeting because everybody gets to be part of the process, understand how the agenda is put together and have input. I don't know, has it been valuable to you guys?
Well, I just did it one time, but I thought it was, yeah.
Okay,
I didn't write it in the proposal.
so, but that question came up. What do you think? Has it been helpful to you to be part of that process? I know it's a separate section of the rules, but has it been helpful?
I've appreciated going a couple times that I've been.
So we would not add that as a duty to the vice president.
No, I don't think we do.
Okay,
Is that in here?
no, no.
Okay.
But-
Good idea.
No, it was, but the question was asked, you know,
Right.
that be simply like an executive team and I hesitate on that a little bit because I don't want to exclude, I don't want to create a subset of the council that is exclusionary of the other 4. And that's how it would feel to me. So by having this third designated office, you know, what is the expectation that would go, I see you. What was the expectation that would go with that? And make sure that we don't create a 2-tiered council. So Rita?
So my question on that, I think that because again, council roles, from my understanding, Joe, they can be changed all the time, right? We could just bring them up, change it, like we're like, well, we made a bad decision, that didn't work, let's have a learning moment. Is that, right? We can be like, learning moment, shouldn't have done that on a Saturday. So,
Or before you're talking.
bad choice.
Go ahead.
So that we all together can say, hey, we made this decision, but hey, you know what? Wasn't the best thing. Like, maybe I should have filled my gas tank the whole way, not just halfway. So, right? We can take this back. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Just wanted to clarify.
And I appreciate that. I also really appreciate the thought going into it, so we don't end up having to do this over and over and over again. It starts to feel like a gerbil wheel that, let's think it through before we do put it in, so we don't waste a lot of people's time. With that, what we try out makes sense. So I see you. I do have a question on creating an executive committee. That's where I don't want to create a two-tiered council. So I'm going to push back on that notion. That I think that is not terribly helpful. I think we as a team, we as a council, we direct staff, not individually, not as an executive committee, but as a council. We're all elected to be the same, have the same vote, same input on what goes out into the community and what directs staff. So I don't feel comfortable with creating a quote executive committee. I think that creates different powers that were not intended by the people of Kaiser, that all 7 of us should be involved in decision-making. All 7 of us need to be involved in directing the work of the people. So I would really prefer to take that part out. Yes, Lori.
That wasn't written in there, Joe. That's just was an explanation of, it establishes a quasi executive committee, so that wasn't the intent. And the intent was that it just broadens the bench depth. And I agree with you on the agenda meetings, rolling different counselors in. What I hear everyone saying then is, let's let Joe knows, he's heard all this. Let's let him put it in the rules for consideration, because this will come to us now on the 21st. So you'll have a chance to see it, how he writes that and reworks it. So at that time, we can either adopt the rules entirely, or we can pull them out and say, we're gonna wait on that.
Which, again, if we can hash this out here, so we don't spend the time at council meeting having to go over and over it again, because that's gonna make it go past the 3-hour mark. But I would really like to take out of this proposal a reference to an executive committee. I feel very uncomfortable. We are creating a 2-tiered council. We all are equal voters. We are all equal on council when it comes to
Agreed.
getting this work done. So can we delete that in its
I'm fine with
entirety?
that.
Yes.
Okay. And then to give Joe direction on the process for selection or election of vice president of council. Can we? Give me a sec.
Mhm.
Can we reference what we're already doing for the election of council president for consistency's sake?
Absolutely.
So we don't end up having to come up with a separate process. It already works well. And we already took out the old rule about seniority, that it's the vote of the council. We as a body select the person who is willing and able, and heavily on the able, again, going back to the fact that we're working people. And not everybody can carve out from their day and from their income, doing the job. So we have to be very sensitive to that. So if we could just say outline the process for selection or election, just reference, same as council president. Is there any objection to that? Bill, you had a question?
Would you also, it would make sense or seem to make sense at the bottom of 4.1. Because that introduces what to do when the mayor and council president aren't there. To just add that 3rd person in line before you go through the process.
Yep.
Because I guess technically you could still have a quorum and have those 3 people absent. So leave in the rest of the process, but just add that 3rd in line in there at that place.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, we'll have to, add that there too.
And then when I do mention council president under, I think 4.3 makes sense. I will just say this position is third in line to presiding officer behind mayor and council president, and is selected in the same manner as the council president.
That's nice and short and sweet.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
That,
We're moving now, kids.
Yeah, we're on page 9.
Okay, so we have finished with
We're on 6.4.
6.4. Okay, so kind of going back to what we were just discussing on 6.1 regarding how we're going to get things into an agenda. Something that we didn't have in our council rules of procedures was what we created. And thank you, Adam, for bringing this back because it's something that kind of disappeared by accident over time about having agenda setting. And it was pointed out that, by a prior counselor that why is the council not having input on the creation of the agenda? Adam got here and said, why aren't we doing this? And the answer was, that's a good idea. So we're doing it. So it's important, I think, to add into the rules of procedure. How we proceed is that we are doing this agenda conference. And right now, this will be still consistent with what we just talked about, the mayor, council president, and then continuing to have that as a rotating council member. And thank you for your input on the value of that. So I appreciate that part. So that's the second half of this.
Mhm.
And the first part is going back to how are we going to place things on an agenda? So we talked about in 6.1, how we do it during a meeting. This section is talking about how we do it between meetings. And part of the issue that we've been discussing is we've started this process, and it hadn't happened until a couple of years ago, where people put an item on the agenda that is indeterminate. So you don't have, it's just, I want to talk about this topic. So if we want to be clear about how we're going to conduct business and not have our meetings go past 9 o'clock, how are we going to define that? So we can have the conversation to the point of, yes, it's okay to bring things up, but how can we be prepared so it'd be more efficient? Because right now, saying, I just want to talk about, the color of the moon. Okay. 3 people agree about, we're going to talk about the color of the moon. What does that look like and how we're going to use the time during council meeting to discuss the color of the moon? So I think that's where we can have this conversation about what does this look like? Are we going to use, the red lines here says, city manager or designee can put things on the agenda. Council, and this I think goes to ELT, the executive leadership team. Council members shall bring the matter up under section 1J and 1M. So that's the red line version in there. Does that make sense to you?
No,
No,
that's,
I like the way
that's
it's written.
inside of the meeting.
Right,
This
so
takes
this is the
away
outside.
outside.
yeah,
It completely takes away the ability of the city councilor to add something
yeah, and I think.
outside of a meeting,
Lori's turn.
outside of a meeting. What's broken
Tag
with
me
the
in.
3
Yeah,
councilor
tag me
rule?
in.
What's not working?
Well, what we're getting is that we're getting a proposal to talk about something during the meeting,
Mhm.
but we have, we don't have a definition of what that is, so we've had to, it's kind of like when you bring it under other business. We're having to develop that council agenda item as we go during the discussion. Okay, that's fine, but if we're talking about putting time limits on, how can we better prepare? So that if there's materials that would be helpful to that conversation, we'll know what those are, so that the public knows what we're gonna talk about. Because when it's just, I want to talk about the color of the moon, the public doesn't know what that's gonna look like.
Mhm.
So how do we do that? I see you, Adam,
Okay, after.
after
Council Price.
Sarita. So I think that's the question is, how do we do that so we can be more efficient with our time and not have to go through an entire development of an agenda item that's been placed on the agenda by counselors, but we don't know what it's gonna talk about. So I'm gonna go to Sarita and then, Adam has something.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for those thoughts. I highly respect everyone at this table. You're all elected by the people of this community. I think that if that many residents came to me about wanting to talk about the color of the moon, I would be highly thoughtful and I would have my talking points. So I would be okay with talking about the color of the moon. And I have a lot of meetings during my work week and I can be efficient in 2 hours or less. So I think I would love a consensus before we spent 15 or 20 minutes to see who isn't okay with the way the rule's written before we spend 20 minutes.
You mean
talking.
without removing this?
Yeah, without removing it, because I am not, I mean, it's up, I will just look around the room and say, do we need to spend that much time on this right now? Counselor Kohler, Christopher, Star,
No, I would,
Duran.
I
I
would
like
leave.
the way it was written. I like the original, before there was anything edited or changed.
So that's what I would say to that.
I agree.
So let's just be efficient with our time and our thoughts.
But Adam had it.
I'm gonna go to Adam. And then, then Marlene has a thought to share.
Yeah, for some backup conversation with the government ethics committee on this new serial meetings law. And, well, this is just a sticky mess. I don't like it. I don't think any of you like it either, but it doesn't really matter what we like. The advice I got was if you wanna, if 3 people wanna say, hey, we wanna put this on the agenda, that's fine, as long as it's not prescriptive. And as long as we don't say, here's what I want to happen, the outcome.
Exactly. That's why
So-
I,
Thank you.
If we, outside the meeting, say, I just wanna talk about this. We're good. I don't think they have a problem if, and we're not suggesting an outcome. If you do it in the meeting under other business or agenda input, then you can be prescriptive and say, this is what I'd like to see, and I'm going to put this on the agenda, and you can talk about all you want, so.
Okay. So, what we're doing is that using this, we're putting a topic onto the, agenda. And then when we get into the meeting, then we discuss it similar to what we do under other orders of business, saying that now we're going to, refine, define, and, then come back, then we'll have to come back again, as an agenda item, if that is what the
Or suspend the
council
rule.
or if it's urgent, if there's a sense of urgency, there's a timeliness with suspending the rules, then we can vote to suspend the rules and take up a matter. And we've had to do that occasionally, but I think that if we understand that bringing up, I want to talk about the color of the moon, then you bring it up, whoever puts it on the agenda has, be prepared to say, this is what I have in mind, and it's very similar process then, if we're making sure that our process and procedures are clear, that when you do so, it's then going to be handled similar to what we're doing under other orders of business, because it's undefined up until that point. Does that make sense?
And
I think it's fine the way we've been doing it.
Well, the problem is that we end up with these really long
Can we call for the
conversations.
question?
Yeah.
And move
No,
on?
there's no
No,
question.
because I have Marlene gonna talk, and I've got Kyle gonna talk, and we're going to give them their turn. Marlene,
actually, I was gonna say what Adam said, we have to be so careful with these new public meeting laws
Mhm.
that it depends on what you wanna put on the agenda, right? And then I can maybe only tell these 2, but I can't tell anybody else. We have to wait till we get in here and have that discussion, so I'm okay with leaving it on here, but I understand what you're saying,
Mhm.
okay? But the new public meeting laws are just like doing this to us, and we have to make sure that we don't violate those rules. That's my
Absolutely.
concern,
Yeah.
okay?
So, thank you, Kyle.
So all I would suggest, I like the way it's written, leave that all in, is do like Lori did, bring in, come prepared with an outline to pass out on
In the discussion.
points of the discussion, so you have an outline just to go off of, rather than just winging it.
Thank you. I think, when we're talking about the efficiency of our meetings, if you wanted to talk about the color of the moon, come prepared to talk about the color of the moon. And then we all will know what we're talking about, and then the public will understand what we're talking about. But to get it on the agenda, I think it's really helpful to help define, what we're really gonna be talking about. And that the person bringing it should be prepared to speak to it. I think that's a really good idea. Lori?
I agree. And so when you were saying, you know, you want this scope of it and what the materials and all that, you don't want that. Because then I think we start to get into this serial meeting thing. So if it's just mainly topic and you can fumble together something like I did that gives you enough information that we can then go from there, I think that's exactly the way to handle it. So what I want to make sure, I don't want to eliminate the 3 people putting it on the, I disagree with
I
that.
think we leave it as
I
it
think
was
we leave it.
originally
And
written.
add the portion that talks about the agenda meeting.
Yeah. And
So
that might be-
add, so everything in red would be added.
Can I?
No.
For what I hear?
No, well, what then?
Yeah, Joe.
Leave it here.
Hang on, no, I've got it. Joe?
If I say, starting at the second sentence, a council member wishing to place an item on the agenda, no longer say shall, say can bring the matter up under section 6.1J or
Okay.
6.1M, or advise the city manager no later than 7 days prior to the meeting at which the items to be considered. You see what I'm saying? And leave all that old language in, but that have it, don't make it be a shall for
Yeah,
the 6.1 and
Okay.
J and 6.1M, and then say or, and leave all that language in, advise the city manager. And then leave in the agenda setting, meeting language at the bottom.
Can we,
yeah, why
can we
not?
move, the agenda setting, meeting to a 6.5, because that's a separate process of
Sure.
having those meetings,
That
so
that makes a lot of
6.4
sense.
specifically.
I like
placing
that
agenda
better.
on the item.
Yeah.
Let's split this off into a 6.5.
That's
and
a
then
good- that's
if I may, since we're referencing our own rules under section 6.1J and 6.1M, take off that last sentence, in addition, in a public meeting, council may place an agenda item. Because we've just defined it at the beginning of the paragraph rather than more generally at the end of the paragraph.
Okay.
Is everybody good with that change?
Yeah, I think that's a good change.
Okay, so we'll take off, in addition, council may place items on a future agenda. Okay, let's make sure it reads right.
I'd like that reread back to me, please.
Yeah, so, the city manager or designee may place items on an agenda. A council member wishing to place an item on the agenda may bring the matter up under section 6.1J and 6.1M, there's the and. Or will advise the city manager no later than 7 days prior to the regular meeting at which the item is to be considered. Such request, and this is to the latter, so maybe we have to clean that up a bit. Such request to add an item for council consideration shall require consent from 2 or more additional council members to add the item. Period.
And then that's it.
And that's it.
6.5
Like it.
section.
6.5, it refers to the, agenda conference.
And I
meetings.
will title it agenda conference.
Yep, Yeah.
Okay.
And then that sentence will follow.
please.
Perfect. Got it. All right. Good job.
Why 7 days? Is it 7 days now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the original.
So that's good
It's
like
a
that.
question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for answering.
Because of the agenda.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I'm gonna suggest a break if we're done with section 6.
I think a bio break is a really good idea. Can we take about 10 minutes to
Yeah.
stretch and refill our beverages and other stuff? So we are recessed for 10 minutes.
Okey dokey.
We'll see recess for another 10 minutes. Oh, geez. I think there's sort of more food and there's definitely. Said, you wanna go? All right. Owl says that we are back in session, so let's keep going. We are on to section 7, written communications. And, made a couple of, adjustments in 7.1
It's hot in
to, include emails. And I had something I wanted to suggest. There's a typo here, on the first full sentence, that the council member may include a legal name. That should be the communication. Shall include a legal name, city of residence, by the, as determined by self-attestation. The council member thing doesn't make sense. We're all here by our legal names and our city of residence, so we're not written communication.
Oh, okay.
So if we can change that to, my suggestion would be, anonymous or unsigned written communications, including email, shall not be introduced in council meetings. Communication shall include a legal name and city of residence as determined by self-attestation. We're not gonna be going back and asking for their ID and stuff. And there's a line here that says a council member may read a public document into the record, but that's also repeated on G. So do you want it in two places? Because that is a separate thing from
Oh, yeah.
identification. So can we just have that be G, a separate one that says a written comment may be read into the record under public comment by a council member?
Yeah,
Are you okay with that? So let's go ahead and delete that sentence that says a council member may read a public document into the record under A. It is now a separate G.
My note.
Okay. And then under C, though there was a strikeout, shall be summarized at the meeting by the presiding officer pursuant to 6(1)(f). Just take that out. And then because by summarizing, that could be construed as censorship. I had a conversation with the city attorney about that, and that is a problem. So I think it needs to be struck. However, this addition is by our practice, and that is prior to publication, we do redact the email and physical address, and that's just because of doxing. So there's a reason to not publish that. Lori?
Joe, so there's no way for the mayor to, she cannot summarize. She can, I'll tell you why I don't like that. You know, say you get 20 emails, then a comment is made, well, we received 20 emails, they're on the website. I think, I
You can
think,
do that.
but I don't like that. I mean, I think that the public deserves to know, here's, and I think the mayor does a good job of that.
Yeah.
I don't think she ever puts opinion or anything in that. She says, here's what they said. If you want to read more about it, go to the
Mhm.
website.
Mhm.
I don't understand how in the world that could get us in trouble. She's done a really good job at that. So I want to keep that in there.
I'm
I
good with
want
that.
the summarize in there.
Well, so here's sort of the lay of the land for the purposes of people's ability to be heard. Is that it puts the mayor in an awkward position if she shall summarize. Because if she, then she has to take on the voice of the person and represent what they're saying as opposed to just, might as well read the whole thing.
I
You see what I'm
agree.
saying?
Yeah.
Or, but it doesn't say cannot summarize. And therefore, if there were, if there were 40 emails and the.
We
crux of
received
them
40
was-
emails
yeah,
and it was
the crux
this
of them was
subject.
all
Yeah.
negative about this.
But she
That's
does that.
topic.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
that's
just topic.
topical.
Yeah. But
Or
this would order the mayor to summarize at the meeting.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And which
Yeah.
is different than allow, because you're always allowed. But you're taking that sort of risk on, I guess, if you get it wrong.
So if we change that from shall to may,
May, I'm okay.
summarized by
Yeah.
topic, I don't want the expectation that we are going to engage in
Censorship.
in censorship
Sure.
by, cherry picking sections out of communication.
But you never do that.
I know I don't, but the way this is written, it sets that up as a possibility, and the laws have and the legal ramifications have gotten more stringent over the recent years, and it has been used against other mayors. So I want to make sure that we protect ourselves by our policies and practices, that there isn't an expectation or that we get accused of censorship.
Okay, so we're gonna leave it in and say may be summarized at the meeting by the presiding officer.
Yeah,
Okay, great. Yeah, I like how you do that.
okay, thank you. We've added the G.
Now we're on
7.
9.3.
No,
That
yeah.
was-
Yeah, because we already talked about a written comment,
Yes.
maybe read. Okay, so we're on 9.3.
And then the
9.
section, I wanted to make sure this got done. stand by. Eight.
Anything but 8.
Hang on, sorry. I had a question on. Okay, that's already there. So we're on 9,
Yes, 9.32.
section 2. And okay, so this was. Okay, so administrative. Well, the administrative staff, administrative execution or interpretation of the legislative policy between the city manager. The council shall then refer the complaint directly to the city manager. So there was a question about why one portion of this said presiding officer and then the rest of it said council.
Mhm.
So going back to the premise of this section. And that is at the beginning of this section 9.3. The presiding officer shall first determine whether the issue is legislative or administrative. So the presiding officer is the one directing where this commentary is going. In this case, it's complaints and suggestions, and which is pretty much everything that we hear is one or the other. So the delegation. So right here, it says the presiding officer shall then refer the complaint directly to the city manager for review. It's already been reviewed, and then the council may direct city manager report back upon the result of that review. So the way this was originally written was that the presiding officer would simply direct where this is going. So talk to the point of changing that to the council will then refer the complaint. And how that change is going to be used. What is the reason to change this on how it's just being, all you're saying is that this is gonna be directed to city manager. Go ahead, and this is on a administrative complaint or suggestion that involves administrative staff performance, administrative execution or interpretation of legislative policy or administrative policy within the authority of the city manager. Then the presiding officer is gonna refer that to the city manager. So it's simply a matter of pro forma.
Oh.
That's all. And then how the council wants the reporting back would then be, council says, yes, I'd like to hear back, or we understand this is HR, we don't want to hear about it. We really don't want to hear about it. So this is simply directing, it's a matter of workflow, and then the rest is what do we want as a result? So, Shani, you raised your hand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the issue is that if it's only one person receiving and making the decision, that runs the risk of the rest not being made aware of the issue or the concern.
Or not being able to.
Or not being able, Counselor Duran.
I mean, I just think that with it saying council, then any of us could bring it up, and it wouldn't have to go to the presiding officer to bring this to staff. Is that how that would read?
So, what is happening is this is in a council meeting, there's been a complaint or suggestion, and it needs to be handled by the city manager. The presiding officer will then refer to the city manager, is all this is saying. Then council says, I would like to hear back from, or we would like to have additional input, or we would like reporting back, which is the last sentence.
Where does it say it's in a meeting? Because that is, it just says to the council, so.
Mhm. So when Susan brings a complaint before, makes a suggestion to the council, other than items already on the agenda, the presiding officer, so it says presiding officer, which means this is during a meeting.
Okay.
Well.
Because presiding officer
Officer is
only
a meeting.
refers to a meeting. Otherwise, you're talking
That's
about the
correct.
mayor, and that's outside of a
So
meeting.
then I think we need to clarify, I get that it infers that it's in a meeting, but I think that needs to be clear because,
I totally thought the same thing.
because,
I agree with Council President. Stark.
because if it comes in via email,
Agree with Stark.
If it comes to me.
Yep.
And why do I need to go bring it up to everybody if I just need to say something to Adam?
Right, and that's outside of this, so this is brought to council. So this is council as a whole. This is, part of the duties of the presiding officer, which means this is happening within the meeting. So looking at the section this is under is public comment. That's happening within the meeting.
Mhm.
So that's all this is talking about is public comment during the meetings.
That's what this
So
section
that's
is.
what this section is. This is public comment. So under public comment, when somebody
missed that.
brings,
I think you should clarify it.
Madam Mayor,
yeah, go ahead, Adam.
would it add clarity to put under section 9 public comment in the meeting? Just as a header?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
Sure.
Because
So
public
this is under
comment
public comment
during a
during
meeting.
council meeting,
Yeah.
the presiding officer. This is coming up and it needs to be handled by the city manager. Presiding officer, city manager, handle this. Council says, we would like to hear back X, Y, and Z. Council then directs staff to come back with follow-up as we desire.
And that
Yes,
would
So
make
that-
sense to be presiding officer.
Right,
yes,
that's why. it
yes,
makes
yes.
What
sense
about
for
when it
that.
comes in and it's not in a meeting?
That's a
It comes
separate,
into
Then it's in a
1%.
different.
It's a
Yeah,
different
that's
In
on
a
section.
different section?
Yes.
yes,
Okay.
Okay.
yeah,
Page 13.
There's nothing on.
yep. And then the
I'm
correction on the last line is I'll report back to them.
Because
Because it's-
Still say to the council.
Mhm.
The council may direct the city manager to report back to them being referring back to council.
Yeah.
Laura would be proud, Grammarly RS. Okay, so that would be.
Religion.
Can somebody point me to where that is addressed in a different?
On how we would take, information that the,
Not during a meeting?
Yeah, when it comes in, if it comes in to just.
I haven't found it yet, so.
I know, that's why I'm asking. I was told it's in a different section, so I'm just asking.
Oh, that would-
Joe,
that would-
that's your question.
Yeah, I'm not.
He's looking too.
I'm looking too, because I'm not aware that it is addressed anywhere else. And so you might want to have a complaints outside of meeting section.
Because that's what we're getting.
Address
I
that.
thought that was in a separate section. Can you look and see if it, I know it's very difficult to do that on the fly. Would you put a pin on this on when, because we do get them, we get, emails. Now we get them when they're sent to the entire council.
Mm.
That's handled as council communications.
Yeah,
But if you get an individual complaint, what should we do with that? That we don't go outside of, you know, the rights and contracts with the city manager? And that, what would be our preference? My preference would be that it be referred to the city manager to handle
And
that we just forwarded.
disseminate
and just disseminate as appropriate.
as appropriate.
So you agree it is not in there now, or you're still looking?
I'm looking,
Section
double
13.
checking. I
don't
think
think
it's
it's
13?
13.
Okay.
Adam thinks it's in 13.
Okay, so can we put a pin in that for checking with section 13? Otherwise, gonna be going back and forth.
Yeah,
But as far as this section goes,
That's
this is
minutes, though.
within the meeting. And if the presiding officer would then assign it to the city manager as a, order, as a,
Hmm.
perfunctory assignment, and then the council will just say, we would like to hear back, or we don't want to hear about it because it's HR, and we'll get in a whole lot of trouble. Okay,
I agree to move on and address that at a later.
Yeah.
I agree
so
with
yeah,
you.
put a pin in that for,
Separate issue.
yeah, that'll have to be a search of the document, and if we do that on the fly, we're gonna make a mistake. Okay, let's get to. Gee,
Hey.
nobody wanted to argue quasi judicial land use.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Keep
Move
going,
on.
keep going.
That's correct. Move on.
Yep. Okay,
As per state statute.
well, and, going back to state statute, as things change, then we have to be aware, since we did put details in here. We might have to do a double check with the, changes in public, meeting law, to make sure that none of our rules have been affected by the recent adoption of changes. So can you put a pin in that, Joe,
I
to
will.
double check on those sections
2.1 also.
in 2.1? Okay,
Okay.
You know, it might not. It might be better to have its own section, it's kind of sprinkled throughout the
Yeah.
policy is what I'm seeing.
Are you talking about the complaints?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so it's 100, handle under 2.1. Okay, but again, we'll put a pin in that one. It's gonna have to come back,
Okay,
so we don't end up
section 14, is that where we're at?
whirling. Legislative. Okay. Section. Section 11,
Well, it mentions it, but it doesn't say what to
We
do
don't
with
have
it.
anything redlined on section 11.
I've got a,
Section, what are we?
11.
I'd like
Thank you.
to add something on, make a correction on section 11. 11.3 talks enactment of ordinances, and then the last sentence refers to resolutions. So 11.3 is specific to the enactment of ordinances pursuant to section 4 of the charter. And as I understand from the charter, and I know by practice, we've had the mayor sign resolutions. According to the charter, the only requirement for signature is the city recorder. And that is in section 5(2)(b) of the charter.
So what's your suggested change?
Delete the word resolution,
You just delete the word regulation.
Well,
because that's not a requirement under the charter.
Mayor, if we, I would point to section 3.2, sub B, which says the mayor must sign all records
Yeah.
of council decisions.
And those are minutes.
No, it's
I think
all,
that would also
Listed
be
for a lot of things.
orders, ordinances, and resolutions.
It's really clear in the charter that if resolutions are called out, that the only signature is required is the city recorder, the keeper of the records. So can we have a look at that? Because I believe this may be in conflict.
I mean, we can't do it in addition to? I think we can.
Well,
I mean, she's required, but we could
it says
add,
in the charter that she's supposed to sign everything.
No, that's not what it says. It says that records of decision, the records are the minutes, when you go back and look at the definitions.
Yeah, but then it says here, the mayor shall sign all ordinances within 3 calendar days of passage.
That's true.
The mayor shall sign all resolutions within 3 calendar days of passage.
Where's it say?
That's,
Under
well,
section
so,
5.
so under section, well,
Okay.
under section 4
Yes.
ordinances
Mhm.
of the charter,
Right,
okay, E,
uh-huh.
and then section 5 resolutions, and it is 5.1D.
After approval of resolution, the city custodian of records,
And
that's the
then,
recorder,
right, and then
must
orders.
endorse it with the date of approval and custodian's name and title.
But it's on all these, all the resolutions, orders, all that says you have to sign within 3 days.
1.2D.
Yeah, so
5.2.
5.2D,
The
okay,
city custodian of records must endorse it within the date of approval and the custodian's name and title. The city's custodian of record is the city.
the city
recorder.
custodian of records.
you got the wrong charter.
The city custodian of records must endorse it with the date of approval and the custodian's name and title.
Yes.
That's E.
But that's E, but D says the mayor shall sign all resolutions within 3 calendar days of passage. But I'm reading that to say that both of you sign it.
That's what I'm
That's
thinking.
what I'm reading.
That was the addition.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. And so it says that under resolutions, orders, and,
there it is. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I need
Okay.
to see.
So what version?
Yeah, you need,
I had the, well,
can someone get the mayor the correct charter?
She
version
has it.
now?
I do have it.
Oh, you were looking in the wrong place.
Yep.
All right.
it's okay though, but that's what I just read it to say, she has to sign, you sign it.
Yeah,
and then
so
she
that
has-
was
she has to
added,
sign it.
because in the original charter, it didn't have that in there, so it was
Okay.
added to make sure that
Okay.
they would be signed.
So we're fine then on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
Just wanna
great.
make sure
Okay.
that is,
So page 17,
Yeah, that's
Mayor,
fine,
just
so,
to clarify, because originally it was saying, because 11.3 says enactment of ordinances,
Mhm.
you could say enactment of decisions, or you could say enactment of ordinances, resolutions, and orders.
Yeah.
If you want it in the title so that it's clear.
so that it's clearer, yeah.
Yeah,
So would you guys prefer decisions, or would you
no, the other.
ordinances, resolutions, and orders?
Yes,
Correct.
yes,
Mhm.
Under the section.
because that's the whole name of the section.
yes.
So the whole enactment. So the whole 11.3 is just that the council president is gonna sign it if the mayor can. Isn't that what that whole point of that section is?
Wait, where?
Well, yeah, except,
11.3.
no, it just says, except that if the mayor is unable, then the council president shall act as mayor. But it's still referring to you, but then it's, if you're not available, then it's referring to her.
Which have 3 days.
Yeah,
But that's a section 11.2
7
is that. And then it says the council president shall perform these functions when the mayor is unable to
Right.
perform the functions herein. So what's the difference between 2 and 3?
One, I think one is, or I think 11.2 was and I'm guesstimating because I wasn't here when the original rules were set out, but my guess would be anything official, like a letter on behalf
Yeah.
of the council.
I think this is
Maybe the
different.
minutes, whatever that, or whatever
Ordinances are
it
the
was.
laws.
And then 11.3 is specifically calling out ordinances and
Is that
being
resolutions and
clear.
all that?
That's
Yeah.
local
Mhm.
law.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah,
I would also suggest then too, because it did say enactment of ordinances, and then it only references section 4 of the charter, which is ordinances. Resolutions and orders are sections 5 and 6,
mhm.
so we should probably say pursuant to section 4, 5, and 6.
Great.
Which would then further
That'll cover it all.
clarify that we're talking about all things that need to be signed.
Yeah, this section doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, the 11.3.
And I don't know the legislative history on it, why it got called out.
I'm not sure either.
I think that's called out rather aside from signing of official documents, because ordinances are local law. And so I think that's why it was called out, because it has a higher stature of document than all the other documents.
In a letter or a.
Resolution or whatever.
Right, and that's all in 11.2. Mayor, no veto power, shall sign all ordinances passed by the council. Blah, blah, blah. So isn't the point of 11.3, all ordinances will be enacted pursuant to section 4 of the city charter?
Section 4.
It's in the
Yeah.
first sentence.
So
It's,
I'm unsure what I'm trying to accomplish in 11.3 that we didn't accomplish in 11.2.
Can I maybe make a suggestion?
Sure.
Thank you. So part of the mayor's signature is so that the council actions actually become, part of the actual,
Enactment.
enactment of them. And so say you were on in this case you, but the person who holds the position is on a 3-week vacation,
Mhm.
you wouldn't want the council president to hold up and not sign because it's a resolution. They don't like it. You see what I mean? So I think you probably want, if the council votes in something, that who's ever the presiding officer, make sure it does the same functions that the mayor.
Right.
would.
And it
If that
says
makes
right
sense.
here in 11.2, the council president shall perform these duties whenever the mayor is unable to perform the functions herein.
Yeah.
So how is 3 different?
Because 3 is related to an ordinance, which is a higher, I think what Mayor or Councilor Christopher is saying is that.
It's
a
enactment of law.
Yeah, it's an actual regulation versus an official document, which could be something like a letter that is authorized to support or against a piece of legislation or policy. So I think it's differentiating the types of and elevating the regulation. So I say we keep it as it is in here.
Because it says already in 2, shall sign all ordinances. It says that right here already. I just don't understand what the point is of 3.
Madam Mayor, can I
Yes,
ask the attorney for an opinion?
please.
What's the difference in signing an ordinance and enacting an ordinance?
Exactly.
That's what I'm
That's the
asking.
key
Thank
point.
you.
That's
Well-
the point.
Is there, or is there?
And I'll double check under the ordinance section, because it should be enacting clauses for all ordinance. Okay, so basically, the effective date of ordinances, it's just 30 days after adoption, or unless there's an emergency clause, as far as the way the charter suggests enactment is the magic language that says we so ordain, and then it actually was voted on, with a vote at the council. But the signature line is, I guess, to sort of make it official. It's the same way as the signature line of the custodian, and that it makes it part of the record. But the law itself,
By signing it,
by
you're enacting it.
your,
That's
your
exactly
power of
right.
your vote,
Yeah.
the power of the vote is what rules, but I believe this is just a way of making sure that these things also get signed.
Mhm.
So you don't have something that's just unsigned and I can look into that more.
Yeah, sorry for.
Yeah, we'll
Oh,
put
yeah,
a
no,
skin
that's
in it.
okay.
Because this
So-
would make sense.
Well, other than
Lori?
redundancy,
Yeah,
there's no reason not to just leave it the way it is. Does anybody want to continue to debate this?
No.
Well, I'd just like some clarification. Why have something in here that doesn't mean anything?
mhm.
I think it means something, and I think it's a call out. I think it is pay attention, because ordinances are local law. So I think it's a call out from signing of official documents to say, which includes enactment of local law. So yes, it may be redundant, but again, it's chicken soup. It doesn't hurt. And I think it's a call out so that if someone is wanting to know what is the official process for enactment of local law, there it is.
So if we could make it actually be enactment of local law, because that's not what it says
Well,
right
that's
now.
what an
it's-
ordinance is.
I understand that, and in section 11.2, it covers that already. So what is special about 11.3 that's not covered in 11.2? What are we trying to accomplish there that we haven't already accomplished?
I
So having rules for rules' sake or for redundancy or repetitive, what's the point?
Does anyone agree and want to remove this section?
No.
No,
Let's move on.
So while I appreciate that, I also think that we need to make sure that our rules actually mean something. So if Joe, can you help us come back with?
Yeah.
Lori, I understand your rush, but the problem is that if our,
Have we used the 5 minutes? Your 5 minutes?
excuse me, I am going to finish what I was saying. And I understand that you're in a big hurry.
Not in a big hurry. I thought we had a 5-minute rule.
Well, if you would like me to go for 5 minutes, I can.
I'm sure you can.
I'm sure we all can, but that's not the point. The point is that if we're going to talk about our rules and have them mean something, then having just language in there for repetitive, redundant, or I think it might mean something somewhere, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I'm asking Joe to finish my sentence. If you would look at, I think Adam's question was well taken. What is the difference between the signing and the enactment?
Mhm.
So that the rule actually means something above and beyond just signing it.
There.
Does that make sense, Joe?
Yeah, and I believe that operatively, the law will go into effect upon the vote, because the power is the vote of the council. And it's using the word endorsement to say basically that it's been signed. And so I think it's sort of to make it extra official looking, frankly, but I'll double check.
Thank you.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So we'll put a pin in that one.
so no changes as for now, though?
Not for now, right now, but definitely come back because right now it doesn't mean a lot. In my opinion,
If we don't come back, it's the same.
Yes,
right,
exactly. Okay.
space. Okay, the next one is.
14.
She might have someone everything.
Actually, I have a, question on the 13.3, correction and approval of minutes. When we made the change to not have everybody on council sign the minutes, can we pull the last sentence of that paragraph? When a council member is absent and pulls the minutes from the consent calendar to abstain from voting, the word absent shall be printed in place of the signature. We don't do that anymore.
No, we don't do that.
It's just the signature of the recorder and the mayor.
Mhm.
So can we go ahead and delete that one?
No problem.
Those deleted, okay.
Okay. This was going back to our conversation around proclamations. So
Here's your proclamation.
here's the proclamation section. So we've had a couple of different things come up, so if we could kind of address it. A couple of things. One is, you know, we've had established a list through the Community Diversity Engagement Committee, which then the council adopted for, standard annual proclamations. And then up until now, the office of mayor has been given the opportunity to issue proclamations upon request. But we have, something I referred to fondly as the McGee resolution, which was that if you're going to take action, it is going to be relevant to the city of Kaiser. So if we get asked to do a proclamation, and this happened, to recognize the flag of a nationalist group from another country, I did not do that. I didn't feel I had a rational nexus to Kaiser, so I did not issue that proclamation. Although other mayors chose to around the state, and that's fine. But with our resolution that we've used as our guiding document, I have chosen to issue proclamations when there is a nexus to Kaiser and to comply with the list that was issued by the CDEC. So can we talk about these in two different,
Mayor,
so if I could finish my thought, please. Thank you. The request for proclamations traditionally has come in, been sent to me, and then if it's on the list, they've been issued. If not, I look at the relevancy to Kaiser. If there's a relevancy to Kaiser, then I go ahead with that, and if there's not, I don't. So there was a correction for local organizations, so may I give an example where that may not work? And that is a Small Business Saturday. The request for that proclamation does not come in from a local organization, but has a direct nexus to our support for small business. It comes from Pam Wu from the Small Business Administration, and that's not local. So that's an example where it would not be a local request. So on this 14.1, what are your thoughts on how how it's done and how you want to proceed? Lori.
so let me just read through what's been proposed. Local organizations or residents requesting proclamations that proclaim a specified date or dates to recognize the efforts of various community groups and individuals on certain projects shall be filed with the city recorder. Upon receipt, the city recorder will notify the council of the request, used to be mayor. If the council, used to be mayor, approves the request, the city recorder will prepare the proclamation for the mayor's signature. The mayor will issue and read the proclamations from the council adopted pre-approved list. The council shall perform an annual review of the adopted pre-approved list. Such reviews shall take place in X of each year. My thoughts on this would be, I don't think there should be a pre-approved list. I think that when a request for a proclamation comes in, it should go to the city council. What do you think? Do we want to move forward with this proclamation? If the council says yes, forward we move. If the council says no, forward we do not move. I think that talk about redundancies, every single year, the same proclamations are read and reread. Some I think are relevant, others, I don't know, but that's my thoughts.
So, and I'll go to Sarita in just a second. The pre-approved list came from the national proclamations. The list went to the Community Diversity Engagement Committee. They reviewed and made recommendation to council. Council adopted that list. So this is now approved by council to have these annual proclamations. For example, Black History Month, Native American History Month. So we're not rethinking it, and the council approved this list, not the discretion of the mayor. This is a pre-approved list from the council.
No, I
So
understand.
if you want to undo that, that's by resolution, and we can do that. So I'll go to Sarita. You had a thought.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tammy, can you hear me? Okay, great. So the list, and before I was on council, that list in the CDEC was already formed, so I had listened to all of that. So I didn't have anything to do with the list. There are definite items and proclamations that I would like to see on there that aren't, so I think it should be a discussion of the council. I thought it was interesting that there wasn't.
Annually, you mean?
annually, quarterly, however with our peers, how we would like to see that being done. Because as a person with a lot of flavors in my body, that there are things that I'm like, wow, we don't celebrate Irish American Day or things that happened on the Oregon Trail. I'm all for the equality and the diversity of America and this land in Oregon, but I think there are items and people that we can celebrate and that we haven't been doing. So there you have it.
But I missed your point.
My point is that
You
we
want to decide one at a time.
can decide
Okay,
together.
okay.
So, and I agree, and that's why, especially getting the recommendations from the CDEC to have that conversation and then the recommended list, but we had that opportunity and we.
I've never had that opportunity.
So we can bring that back around. I would suggest just for efficiency that we do it annually. Because if we're looking at a pre-approved, you know, which ones make sense, which ones have a rational nexus to Kaiser, which ones don't, but that's up to us as a body. Yes?
However we decide as a whole, I just think if we do it annually, it's there, be done, check it off our list, be efficient, be thoughtful.
Yes, and it makes it a whole lot easier for the city recorder and the mayor to coordinate on getting these things issued, because it takes time.
Yeah,
You have to
Melissa.
reread it, you have to update it, you have to make sure that whatever themes have changed, et cetera, et cetera. It takes time to rewrite these every year.
Well, yeah, and we don't want to spend 45 minutes. I mean, I don't know about you if you do, but sometimes 45 minutes on proclamations. Like, give us a break.
Well, and we don't have to do, there are some cities that have brought this even from what they do. It is up to us. This is a courtesy. This is a community-based courtesy that we do. We get, it means things to people. We hear every year, I see you, Lori, I will come to you. For example, every year when we do Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and how many times, the opportunity then to bring in a speaker to highlight an issue that's of great importance to our community. And by doing it annually, we continue to elevate that and use this platform for pushing out a very important message to the community. And that's, I think, why we get asked to do it. It is symbolic, and I see you, Marlene, I will come to you after Lori. But I think it's symbolic that we have these conversations and use this platform, but it's up to us to do so.
I have a question.
So,
Follow up, you don't
yeah.
have a question on that.
yeah, I have no idea.
Dave Waller.
Okay,
Sending us greetings from Bill Bobby.
okay. So with that said, what we do have, we have a process for approving a list. We can add that to what we do at our annual review or as part of our goal setting. So that would be a rational nexus to have this as part of what we do, like right now. The other thing is to kick it back to CDEC to review and make recommendation. The other thing that we could do is do it by one-on-one, and I beg you, please don't do that, because that would be really inefficient. So I said I would cut, Sarita has a follow-up, then we'll go to Lori, and then we'll go
Do
to
the
Marlene.
proclamations have to be done at city council? So like if there was a group that invited you and said, please come to our annual like their annual meeting, could you give them their proclamation there, or does it have to be done at city council?
Yes, I can, and there's only one that has ever come in with that request to not have it done here. So I just issued a proclamation and I sent it to them, and they read it at their event.
Just curious.
Yes,
Thank you.
so absolutely that can happen, for sure. Lori,
My preference would be that we do not have a list, that we do not review that list every year, and that when we get a request for a proclamation, the council consider whether or not they want to move forward with that request for the proclamation. And if counselors want to bring forward a request for a proclamation, that could be considered just like any other citizen in the city of Kaiser. And then we consider that in a relevant time. So maybe put in there that we need the request. Well, I mean, it's for the organization that requests it. If they want it in a timely manner, give us 90 days so that it can get on the calendar. But other than that, I think we should take it one at a time. I think the proclamation situation is out of control. Where sometimes there's 3 proclamations in one city council meeting. I'm not blaming you, Mayor. You're the poor person that's stuck with doing it. I'm just saying, that's why we talked about changing our city council meetings to an earlier time. We didn't even get to business till 8 o'clock at night. So my preference would be, I know this is not at all what's written here, but my preference would be that when somebody requests a proclamation, it come before city council says thumbs up, thumbs down, we move forward.
I'm okay with that.
So I'm gonna push back a little bit, then I'm gonna go to Marlene. There are ones that do come up every year. They're predictable. And I think, and that's why a foundational list was created, so we don't have to keep asking the question, reinventing the wheel. Small Business Saturday, it comes every year. Is there a will of the council to not do that, to not declare Small Business Saturday? We hear from the chamber how much they appreciate it. And it gets that word out in the community about our support for for our small businesses, things like that. Now, if we don't want to do them anymore, just say so. But, our domestic violence awareness, well, I've got Black History Month coming up now, Native American History Month, et cetera. So that has what has happened. So the addition to the proclamation has been the presentations on what does this mean? We've invited people in to speak on this topic. So, and maybe we need to put a time limit on, say this is going to be a 5-minute presentation, that goes with the proclamation, so we can shorten it up. I'm really good with that. But if we're gonna do proclamations as a matter of practicality, if there are ones that we know happen every year, Constitution, we always get the request from the DAR, the local DAR, to do a Constitution week. So there are ones we know are coming. There are other ones that come separately, and if I can put a pin in that for a moment, I'm just talking about the ones that happen every single year, that we have the list, we know they're coming. Melissa sends them to me, I review them for any updates, and it comes to city council. They're predictable. But we can shorten up the presentation portion to make our meetings more efficient. I absolutely agree with that. Marlene.
So then, these predictable ones, if we issued the proclamation in February of 2024, why can't we just say we issued the proclamation and we're continuing it and continuing, you know what I'm saying?
They change.
What do you mean they change?
So,
I don't understand when you say that.
I will let you finish your thought and then may I respond?
Okay, because I mean, to me, it's Black History Month is always the same. I mean, proclamation, Saturday, small business Saturday, all that is the same. And if we issued the original one, like say in 2024, we're gonna say, this month is blah, blah, blah. We've issued our proclamations and that's it. I mean,
Mail it to them.
So, yes, and I saw you, they get changed. If there's a theme, if there's data included, let's take Domestic Violence Awareness Month. The numbers change. Marion County actually provides those numbers so that the proclamation is relevant. And of course, that can be edited out. I appreciate that. But they do get updated every time for 2 reasons. One is for being current, I see you. The other one is for making sure we're still relevant. What is the relevancy to Kaiser? Has it changed? And I do a lot of editing. They are not the same year over year. Because I really work at making sure that what is put in there is relevant to today in Kaiser, and things change year over year. Constitution, not so much. And the number for the year changes pretty much, but there's other ones that do change significantly, especially if they have a theme by the organization that is asking for those. So there's a lot of work and thought that goes into them to make sure that they are relevant.
okay, follow up.
Yes, please.
Do we have a list? Cause I've never seen a list.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And cause all my time, I've never seen a list.
It was adopted after you left council,
Of course. Okay, and I would like to
and
see.
you're
it.
back.
Okay.
Absolutely. Melissa, would you be kindly send us the list? So we have that. Appreciate it.
So what did we just decide?
So we haven't yet.
We have it.
Lori.
So I still say, I still say we don't need a list. I still say if Melissa has a master list of here's what we've done in the past. So for example, Black History Month comes up every February. So we know So she sends it out and she says, do you want to do a proclamation on Black History Month? Then we get to decide right then or there, are we gonna do a proclamation on that? Kathy writes the proclamation and we move forward with that. But I don't think we have to read every proclamation. Something to akin, I think of where you were going with this, Marlene, is to say, in the past, we have joined in the many voices proclaiming February National, Black History Month. I just want to mention that we join we don't have to read the proclamation and I'm just picking on them because they're coming up in February. That might be one that we want a 5-minute presentation on, but I don't think we want a 15-20-minute presentation for Small Business Saturday. At the same time, absolutely, we want to support business, but we could make a comment that says, and we annually join in the many voices proclaiming Small Business Saturday every year. And move on and send that proclamation to the Small Business Administration and the Chambers of Commerce. Absolutely. But I really think that is better accomplished by us getting a heads up on, here's the proclamations that have been requested, and we've done this on an annual basis. Do you want to continue this? And City Council weighs in on it.
So, and I'll go to Sarita. Yeah, these have been adopted by resolution, so we'd have to revisit that,
Right.
with that list. So that was adopted. We can revisit that. The piece I really agree with is that the presentations, if we're going to have them, and again, that was added, need to be no more than 5 minutes, just like any other, council, public comment.
Mhm.
So that would help with our efficiency. But at the same time, communicate out what the values are from our city. Again, we're representing the people. What's important to the people in our community, and that's where that foundational list came from. So again, this is setting aside the individual requests that I received. This is just the list, the adopted list. Sarita.
Well, I guess my feedback to that would be, just because it's the way we've always done it, doesn't mean that that's the way we should do it moving forward. I think it's nice that we give the proclamations. I think support of the different communities, support of the Latino community in Salem Kaiser isn't me necessarily reading a proclamation. It's me in the community,
Being
going to
recognized,
things,
just
being
being
present and supporting every day. So it's not just a piece of paper. So that would be my follow-up. We can do it in a lot of ways.
Yes, and we all show up in our various spaces and places. The purpose of the proclamation is to put the weight of the city behind it, and that's why people ask for these. There's a meaning, there's a sense of meaning, and we hear it every year with domestic violence awareness. Thank you that you are still doing this. Thank you for using this as a platform.
I'm
for
saying that
getting
we
out the
can
message.
still do it. I mean, we can present it. We don't have to read every word. There you go. We can be efficient and thoughtful.
I agree that we can be. The proclamation itself as a document issued by the city, reading it into the record, I think is an important part of the process, but keeping it limited to the 5 minutes for the presentation will help with our efficiency. But if we're going to, or not do presentations at all, now we invite Jane, of course, now it will be Ashley Cottingham to come and receive that proclamation that shows our partnership. So if that's a direction we don't want to go, that's fine. But I think it's a decision we need to make as a body about, are we gonna do them or not? But again, on the ones that happen every year, for the love of Pete, let's just have the list so we know it's coming. So it's way more efficient for the city recorder and the mayor to handle that additional workload. That's just on a practical level. Before I come back to Lori, anybody else have a thought to share? Kyle.
What if we limit it to 1 or 2 per meeting?
And one.
I'm
One.
And so
One.
the most important ones are the ones that get the.
Red.
We can
I like that.
we can do 5 proclamations if you want to and send them out, but we're only gonna recognize 1
And
or
let
2
the-
per meeting.
And let the mayor and the council president pick the one. I'm fine with that.
It would be a part of the agenda setting. We would pick the one that would go out there. And then we
Ding,
could
ding,
do-
ding.
Yeah. I
Good
like that.
job, Kyle.
So that way, beginning of the, month, we have 2 meetings, we can do one at the first one at the second one.
The rest
Yes.
go out
And
in the
that would
mail.
shorten it
Yes.
up.
Yes,
And,
I like it.
yes,
okay.
thank you. Now, are we good on the list one? We're
No.
gonna send the list, stand by.
That's my comment.
Okay, so we do have an approved list by resolution. We do have, ones that are recurring every year. For efficiency, we can have a process for making it, just one per. So before we leave that to talk about the individual requests, you want to follow up on the list.
Here's how I'd like proclamations to read. Local organizations or residents requesting proclamations that proclaim a specific blah, 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 date to recognize the efforts of various community groups and individuals on certain projects shall be filed with the city recorder. Upon receipt, city recorder will notify the council of the request. If the council approves the request, the city recorder will prepare the proclamation for the mayor's signature. The mayor will issue and read the proclamations. Period. One proclamation will be read at each meeting and take out everything in our rules about the list until we make a decision and figure out what we're gonna do with the resolution on that, but let's not make it part of the rules.
I agree.
Agreed.
But she
But-
said the list was an approved resolution.
It's by resolution.
Yes, so let's not have it in the rules. We don't have to speak to it.
Get in the rules.
We don't have to speak to it because it says any individual or group can make a request. Well, request's been made with, and there's on a list, but we don't have to have that. in the
So you're saying then we look at the list during the agenda meeting or whatever and decide which one we're gonna do
Absolutely.
then?
By that time, you've already issued it. The work is already done. By the time we do that, Melissa wants it in advance.
And do it a quarter at a time.
Do it a quarter at a time then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
if
it
we
doesn't
have-
need to be in the rules.
Exactly.
So to kind of button up this thought though, because what I'm hearing, the request for proclamations, these are on an individual basis. We do have the pre-approved list by resolution. And I think we need to at least acknowledge that, so we don't keep going around the barn. But I also would really like to refer to our resolution regarding the relevancy to what's going on in Kaiser. Again, we do get requests for, I don't like what's happening with penguins at the South Pole. I don't know about you, but that's not that does not have a relevance to Kaiser. But I get requests for proclamations that are not relevant to Kaiser.
But that
and so
should
I
be in
don't
the
do that.
resolution. That doesn't need to be in rules. In rules, it just says those proclamations will be presented and the council will decide whether we're going to move forward on that. But I agree with what you're saying, but I think the appropriate place for that to happen is in the resolution,
Just the
not in
resolution
the
that
council
goes.
rules.
Right. But we can also then reference that relevancy resolution. I think it would really help guide the thought behind, where and when we issue, proclamations. So
I don't think it's needed. I think it says it'll be presented, the council will vote it up, and then, I
it was,
mean, I don't care. If you wanna put that, there's a resolution, there's a proclamation resolution, that's fine, but I don't think it's
I think
needed.
there's more than, but that was the resolution that was passed, I think. Gosh. It might have been before, your terms as well, but then I think it had to do with the fact that we didn't want to be taking positions on things that
Yeah,
were, way outside the scope of relevancy to Kaiser, and I
Who's deciding that, the scope of relevancy?
we, the city
We,
council.
the city council. Exactly, but we wanted to have a stated value, a stated policy on that because the request and the pressure to do so. And folks who were here during 19 and 20 remember that. That we got a lot of that pressure, right?
Yeah,
So we had something, and Dan, you remember, it
Oh,
was
yeah.
really helpful to say, we have by resolution, by practice, but we have adopted this policy as a body to stay focused here, so we didn't have the temptation to go off on a toot.
I agree with all that. Doesn't need to be in the rules. It says the council will agree if they wanna move forward on a
I
proclamation.
agree, so I agree with the changes that Lori suggested, so I'd like to see where we are in agreement.
Did you get all
with the
that,
council
Joe?
And move forward.
I would
Keep this
too.
meeting moving.
I think you're right.
So Madam Mayor.
Okay, I need to know where we're at. Okay,
Oh,
yes, Joe.
Do you want me to say where? I think she put a period.
After proclamation.
After, yeah, the mayor will issue and read the proclamations, period.
Mhm.
And then got rid of the rest, but then added a sentence at the end that said one proclamation will be read at each meeting.
Correct. You got it,
How,
Joe.
can we say no more than?
Yes.
Because we will
Oh,
have.
so you don't have to.
Yes, I don't want to be required to read one if we don't have one. Do I have to make one up? No.
Yeah, I like that.
So let's not put that, in there.
Gosh, that's the best thing we've done all day so far. Okay.
So we're not gonna put into, in here about reviewing the resolution that we have. That is something that's gonna be separate and apart.
Should be a
So-
separate agenda.
We'll put it on
item.
we'll put it on our goals.
Okay,
And we'll
Well-
review that proclamation resolution and put all of the things that you mentioned. We
Yeah.
can talk about all that through that resolution and update it.
Sounds good.
so right now what we do, and this will be later on in our rules about what we cover in our review. We talk about the review of our committees, blah, 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 blah. So we want to add that into what we do on an annual basis.
Yeah.
So we can pin that later into the rules of procedure that would be
It's
included.
in that resolution. It names the approved list. Is it addendum? Yeah. So yeah, annually. That'd be great.
Yeah, so let's put a pin in that to get back to that later on in our rules. What we do at our biannual review,
That sounds great.
okay.
Mhm.
And then on the reading. So it's the second, it's 14.2 that will, on the reading, no more than one,
Mhm.
okay.
You get that, Joe?
I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then are we worried about this, any proclamation approved but not on the pre-approved list, remove the phrase about, here with the city council, here present, just take all that out, because what we're gonna be doing is more general.
Well,
Does that still make sense?
represent,
14.2,
yeah, any proclamation that is approved but not on the pre-approved list, the phrase here by council shall be removed from the proclamation. I don't know why that's in there. I don't know
I
why
don't
that,
know,
what,
Can take a guess.
okay, take a guess.
I think it's so that it's not implicit that the entire council agrees
Mhm.
with
With
the.
that.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we would have, all right, I don't care either way. That's
I
fine
say
by
leave
me.
it.
All right,
I remember.
okay. I mean, because there'd be a majority, but there still with the majority, there could be 3 people who said, I hate this proclamation, but it's moving forward. So I get it. It's okay.
oh, okay, that just gave me a context,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. That's what it
Okay.
is. Okay,
And then, just to tie a bow on it, that be present to receive the proclamation, if there's any presentation, no more than 5 minutes.
nice.
To make it just like any, public comment.
Yes,
So do you want to put that in there?
yes,
Thank you.
What was that last part?
Present, 14.2.
Yes.
Any presentations shall be limited to 5 minutes.
But if we're only doing a meeting,
that's okay. Let's. do
I
it.
know, I'm just saying, but your verbiage, Mayor, was any presentation. But if we're only doing no more than one,
Accompanying the one proclam.
Yeah.
the
Any
one-
presentation,
Mhm.
Yes,
singular?
One presentation.
Okay. Didn't want to lose that nugget there. And that, of course, council could make an exception if we want to spend a little more time on a particular issue that we want to highlight to the community.
Mhm.
But that is up to the body. Okay, all right.
Would the council then like me to say, any presentation shall be limited to 5 minutes unless consent for more is given by the council?
correct.
Yes.
That sounds great.
Okay. And we would like to pre-approve that if it's gonna be, let's say, I'm gonna go back to one of my favorites, Domestic Violence Awareness Month. If we want to have a more robust presentation that they have prepared in advance, that we would know that, and it's like more like what we do on special orders of business, that we set aside a time for and this is a special order of business, just for the record, that we've actually set a time to highlight that, but this been by intent,
Yes,
not by somebody wax poetic.
yes.
Yeah, I would say we inform them that they have 5 minutes, not.
And let
say-
them
They have
say,
up
Not
to
say,
5
yeah,
minutes.
up to 5 minutes, not say, you can have 5 minutes unless we give you more.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna go, can I keep going? And
Up-
so
up
we
to
just
5
say,
minutes.
say they have up to 5 minutes.
Mhm.
That is the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We decide to ask them questions and they expand a
on-
little bit, then it's on us.
yeah, it is.
But not if they come with a 15-minute presentation and say, can I keep going after 5 minutes?
That's the Richard Walsh rule.
Yay, good work.
Okay, go team. Okay,
All right, I've got a question, I know it's not highlighted on section 15.
Okay.
And this will go to the city manager and to the, city attorney. And this one caught me a little bit by surprise. Questions from individual members of the council, number one,
where are we? Okay,
number one,
no,
15-1-1.
okay.
What? Questions from 15-1.
See,
Oh, oh,
Wait,
C
C1.
one, okay, C1,
C.
15,
I didn't see that,
Yeah.
so 15-1, C,
C.
1,
one.
okay, got it.
Okay, so, questions from individual members of council requiring significant time or resources, 2 hours or more shall normally require approval of council. I don't know that we've done that. In a practical matter, what are we trying to accomplish here? What are we trying to accomplish?
I'll give you a good one.
City of Salem has 1 hour, so limit.
Oh, really? So they
It's-
actually have
It's
something,
just use of staff time, like if you
Yeah,
go off
can't
on
put them
some
on a
tangent and
tangent.
say, I would like you,
Rabbit
Adam,
hole.
to give us a full dossier on how the impact of water is in the world and how that would impact Kaiser. And I would like a minimum of a 50-page report on that. And Counselor Parsons and Counselor Duran agree with me. Well, that's significant time. So,
and I believe that,
just have.
oh yeah, we'll just use AI, ChatGPT, but I think to your
Yes.
point. That actually could happen now. But I think to your point, when there's something more significant, that has to be on direction of council as a team. So what are we talking about here about individual members requiring time or resources? Because
The Ziply-
we want the city council to direct.
Right, but I
Well, we
could ask,
would, but-
I could ask Tim give me all the accounting for Lily, how much she spent in the last, like, I want individualized accounting, and he would be like, that's gonna take 2 more hours, like, that's all that is, in my opinion.
Okay, so is to keep us an individual counselor, I see.
giving, yeah.
From trying to give staff direction to do some individual research that would be.
Yeah.
It really eating into the city manager's ability to manage the workflow of the staff. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, yes, in a real complicated way. It's just directing staff to do anything that's gonna take longer than 2 hours.
But because it would have to be by the council wanting to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Marlene,
Well, from one person, because like we come up with something and we go to Adam and we say, oh my gosh, what about this and this and this? And do we have to get permission of the council to ask that question of Adam?
It's gonna take more than 2 hours.
If it's gonna take more than 2 hours, right? But I'm just saying AI only takes 15 minutes.
Not even.
So,
yeah,
but do you see what I'm saying? I mean, and so we can have questions, but maybe we do 1 hour or more, like Salem, for the 2.
No, we don't wanna, we're Kaiser,
I think I
we're
mean,
fine.
I just
I think
need to,
it's fine, and it wasn't brought up before, and I think our staff are professional enough to say, hey, this is gonna probably take me 4 hours to pull all of the individual expenses for the whatever that Soraya, that you're asking for. And then it would come to us if staff is saying it, right?
And that's what
They're
Adam
gonna
is the city
communicate with
manager.
Adam, and Adam's gonna put it on the agenda, so I think it's fine. I don't think there's an issue.
We have a city manager.
We have a city manager who's responsible for his staff, and he'll put it on the agenda if it's gonna take more than 2 hours. I think we need to stay out of the weeds and let the city manager
Manage.
support his staff,
Leave it there and move on.
so.
so that's why I wanted to ask the question, so I understood it. The other one, and we might have to define this term. On 2, members of the council shall normally share any information obtained from staff with the entire council.
Wait, where?
Next one down,
The next one.
Oh, two, C2, okay.
C2.
I went to 15-2, okay.
15C2. The section is not intended to apply to questions by members of the council acting in their individual capacity rather than as members of the council. Please help me understand how we could be operating in individual capacity, not as a member of the council, and still use our attorney for that purpose.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Nope, you can't do that.
We can't. He is the attorney for
The city, not
For
us.
us as individuals.
Yeah,
The only thing that makes sense here is questions regarding conflict of interest and those issues. That's when we would use the city attorney, but that is within our capacity as a city
Mhm.
councillor. So help me understand what this means.
So maybe what I would, I think it's a good call out. What I would like to suggest so we can keep this going, because I know we have a big section coming up. Is having, I'm sorry, what was that?
Was at the beginning of the meeting, I said we could do that first, but we wanted to keep going.
What were you saying, President Starr?
Go ahead, Shani.
Thank you, Mayor. So since this is probably more of a, when I read this, it was a good call out, Mayor. It's more of a legal perspective. I would ask that we allow Joe to look at that section and propose,
and fix it.
either a revision or a deletion or a, Joe, do your attorney thing.
What I will do is strike out the words, so I'll start with, this section is not intended to apply to, scratched out up to questions regarding conflict of interest or similar issues particular to a member of the council.
Bingo.
So we'll
Thank you.
lose that individual capacity.
But, and the council members shall share any information that we can't do that. That has to be
That-
shared from staff.
Staff.
Yeah,
That top first sentence needs. to
thank you
be
very
done.
much.
Good
because
catch.
yeah, creating a meeting.
Yeah.
Well done, sir.
Yes. Okay, so
So staff members will share,
Any information,
information obtained or like applicable to the entire.
any
group.
information obtained, period.
because this is something that Adam, you've been
Oh,
doing.
wait, members of the staff.
Adam, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, going back to my last evaluation, one of the things we agreed on is anything in writing, questions that I get, I share out with the whole
Yes.
council. If we have a conversation, that's just between us, but writing, questions in writing, I'm sure, and I've been doing that for a while. Hopefully that's worked out.
I think so.
No, it's been really good to get that out there. So section 2 then, Joe, you just changed that to staff shall normally share any information obtained. It's not obtained from staff, but you're gonna derive questions proposed by council will come back out. So you'll rework that language. And then not intended to apply. Where does that stop and start again?
So I will, that second sentence, I will stop at the end of the page there. It says this section is not intended to apply to. And then I will scratch out until questions regarding conflict of interest or similar issues particular to a member of council. Because that is when they might be more interested in, hey, this is my conflict of interest. I don't need to share that out with the group, right? Because, yeah,
No, and then we're supposed to come to you with
Yeah.
that.
yeah.
But as far as us individually, this really clarifies that you're not my attorney, you're the city's attorney, and everything has to stay within those boundaries.
Would you guys like the whole thing to start with, instead of members of the council, we just say employees of the council?
We'd
shall?
like you to do the whole thing rewrite.
Yeah,
Bring
we'd like
it
you
back.
to
Yeah,
Tell
just
us
do
what
your
we're trying to
thing.
do the amazing lawyer thing that you
I will
are.
do it.
Do your law degree thing.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. All right.
Let me consult with you on that.
That is very helpful. All right, let's go then to section, I don't think we have anything in 17, correct? So we're going to 18?
Yes.
18.
Okay,
No kidding. I can't believe we made it.
well,
All right,
this is the
JT.
order that you guys wanted to do it.
JT.
So, what we have here is a complete rewrite of the process for, city, appointments that traditionally have been through the office of mayor. The rules have been written that way pretty much up until now. And in the redo of the charter, thank you, Joe, for that. Looking back on the changes over the charter, and that is correct. In that conversation, it had to do with the fact that we've always had a volunteer coordinating committee. So the mayor never was making the appointments to the committees, commissions, and boards. Because we had the volunteer coordinating committee. Anything not handled by the coordinating committee has been up until now handled by the mayor. So what we have here is a complete change from how those appointments are being done have been done in Kaiser up until now and have been done by cities across Oregon.
Super.
And so what we have here is something that was created by Cheney for us to consider for a new process, and where it's going to be taken from the appointment power of the mayor to the council, going to be doing that by vote. And Cheney has stepped out. And she was the one who created this, so we really need her to talk us through how she envisions this working.
Can we
So-
just read through how it's written or how it would read if we choose to move forward?
I don't think.
I think we need to do that. There are different sections that we need to look at. Again, working through it linearly. And this gets to, I know that the main event is 18.2 and
Right.
18.11. Those are the two that we want to spend the time on.
Right.
But we did make a couple of changes that impact 18.1. And that has to do with the annual review. Because it's duplicated here and in section 21, sub 1, sub B. So we have to decide so that our rules are not conflicting. Are we going to do the review of committees and commissions as part of our work and goal plan, which is what we have on the list today, or bump it back to our December wrap up at the end of the biennium, which is what is at the end of the rules now. So, and that's what we've talked about doing, so that we don't make appointments for things that we sunsetted.
I
So
wanna
that we
do
can talk
whatever-
about that.
I wanna do whatever Shady. I like what she put forward. I want us to vote on the committee appointment.
Well,
Okay,
I get that, that's 18.2 and 18.11, but let's look at 18.1.
Okay, now Shani can speak.
So we're gonna get to 18.2 in a second. But to make sure the 18.1 is consistent. Right now, we have it, as otherwise provided, all city boards, commissions, and committees are so created shall sunset at the end of the mission, yes. As part of the council goal and work plan process today, the council shall review the purpose and need and objectives of all boards, committees, and commissions that are not statutorily required. That's every 2 years. We're talking about doing it annually. But then the next sentence, the red line says, all city committees, boards, and commissions shall be reviewed in December. That's
Even.
not this. That's that wrap up
mhm,
that we do at the end of the biennium, which we just did in December.
mhm.
Which one is it? Which one do you want?
That's what I want to speak to.
Thank you.
I don't think it's in December. I
Okay.
think it's now. And I'll tell you, in December, you've got an election going on. So you don't know who the city council is gonna be. And so if those decisions are made in December, well, okay, you know who they are in December, but
They
they,
haven't been seated.
exactly, so they have no voice. So you might have 3 brand new city councilors. We're gonna make decisions in December for them to have to live with in January? I don't think so.
New team.
Well,
Okay.
while I agree with that, at the wrap up, we can also eliminate the things we've changed. For example, I had forgotten that we had, and Melissa reminded me about the Emergency Operations Committee. So I had forgotten that we created that in the biennium. That needed to be on the list. That we had, already sunsetted, the committee for stormwater. So at the end of the biennium, what has outlived its usefulness based on our experience? So that was the 2 scenarios that were presented to me. I don't care either way. We just have to decide one way or the other.
Okay.
And thank you, Adam, go ahead.
Well, mine was off point, actually, yeah. It's gonna stay well.
God, we don't
Council
need help
President
with that.
Starr is gone. I'm guessing we're not gonna get to goals. I was.
Correct.
Permission from the council to let the other staff know
Yep.
they don't need to be here.
Yep,
Yep.
yes.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
But I actually, as Councilor Christopher was talking, I do agree with her that you've got a lame duck council in December, and it really should be the council elected in
January.
In
to make
January.
those decisions.
Okay, so strike the red line, that we would do it in December, and we'll leave it as we've had in the past, where as part of this process now. The last.
What
time
is
we-
this process now? The review?
Goal- No, it says, goal and work plan process. That's what we're
Okay.
doing. That's what we're.
So it's part of the
initiating now.
goal and work plan process.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's
we're
like,
just striking December and putting January?
No, that whole line needs to come out because it doesn't make any sense.
Wait a minute, it does, because all this is saying, I'm sorry, it says all this, it shall be reviewed in December to to determine, prior to the council member liaison appointment, to determine, and I think what's getting people mixed up, if they continue, meaning the council member liaison,
Yeah.
I think that's
Oh,
what's.
Yeah,
I think
yeah, that's what it is.
Verbiage is
I-
what's catching people.
100%.
And it's, so I think what it's
The committee.
supposed to say is
document.
we're reviewing the committees in December
Mhm.
to see if they're going to continue
Continue
Mhm.
prior
to
to
the
the
appointment.
council member liaison appointment. And it's just it's a semantics.
Yeah, so that,
goofy.
that makes
Okay.
sense.
There you go.
So,
Well done.
okay, the way I understood it was that if the committee was gonna continue,
Oh, no.
because we do review that as part of our goals and work plan, we look at the committee, and that was the question we've been asked over and over. Are these committees still relevant? Do we still need them? Should we change K-PAC where it's a liaison, that sort of thing? So that review happens biannually anyway, as part of this process.
Mhm.
But what I heard was that we wanted to look at it earlier, so we didn't even go through the process
Of
of appointing
appointment.
somebody
Right.
to a committee that we want to go away.
Yes,
Okay,
So it wasn't so much about the person, it was,
It's
do
the
we even
committees.
have a slot?
I
Yes.
just think it's the verbiage, like they're just, like, I think the verbiage just has got a little discombobulated.
the Shaney's makes sense, Mayor. Yours doesn't. I mean, it doesn't make sense to determine whether or not that committee moves forward with a lame duck council. That should be
I
the
agree.
purview
So-
of the
yeah,
The
active
current-
council.
yes.
So
The
the
active
December
council.
doesn't- So the December doesn't make sense.
It doesn't work. And,
Perfect.
but it does work for, as Shaney said,
The committee.
if she's midterm, is her person on this committee going to continue? That could happen in December if she's midterm. But that's the only way in which that sentence works.
So
is-
you're only talking about VCC and CDEC. Right.
Appointments.
Yeah,
Those are our only appointments. So
Yeah.
isn't that handled elsewhere?
I mean, it could be.
It is,
I just,
because that's.
Well, then let's scratch it.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Okay. All right. And here's the main show.
Yep, the main event. So we've got two different sections here. So what is happening is that we've got a complete redo of how we want to do, council appointments to a process that was created here, that is not used by any other city, that I can determine, and that will reflect, changing how the office of mayor has been conducted in the city since beginning. So that is, I will come to you after I finish saying what I'm gonna say.
Sure.
All right, thank you very much. So, and the change in the charter very much reflected that we have a VCC process, because it was never the intent of this city where one person appoints people to committees and commissions. We wanted to avoid that. So for anything that's not appointed by the VCC up until now, it has been by the office of mayor. So what's happening here is that in section 18.2, so if you look at the chart, if you have that in your head or in front of you, there are three sections on the appointments. 18.2 is the internal. 18.11 refers to the externals. That is the
Mhm.
outside committees, commissions, to which the city belongs
mhm.
or has been invited. So we'll put a pin in that one, down the, been invited
Or uninvited.
or uninvited, and we can't force ourselves places we're not invited. So. Squirrel. So on the first part, we're gonna have to handle these separately because they are two separate sections and we can duplicate how we want to address them in 18.2 and 18.11 to make sure they're consistent or not, depending on how we want to address them. So 18.2 is the, how we handle the internals, our liaisons or voting members to committees and commissions or that we, that are the cities that belong to the city. 1811 is referring to things like COG and SCATs and so forth.
Heritage, or we,
And heritage that are by contract or by IGA, intergovernmental agreement. Sorry. Acronym. So we can take this one at a time. Shani, would you please walk us through what your, what I heard you?
Okay,
Okay. But this was a process that Shani put together. I'd like to have her walk us through what this looks like, and then we can talk about the process and how that works.
I just have a comment prior to her doing that. And that is, I don't think this is a complete rewrite with how you do business. It certainly wasn't this year. This year, you met, I mean, I don't know that you met with every city councilor, now that I say that, but.
I will confirm that I did.
Okay, so you meet, so you and I believe the council president met with every,
No,
oh, not everyone, just
No.
her.
All those meetings.
Okay, so see, that's what I didn't know. So anyway, with, as far as my regard, I did not know what the process was. So I just sent you an email and said, hey, here's what I'd like. I don't know what the process is, let me know. You then established a meeting and we met and you said, yeah, no conflicts. We can move forward with this. So I don't think this is a complete rewrite with really how business is being done, with the one exception. And that one exception, which I really like, by the way, is once everybody's sorted out, everybody's got their hand that they're playing with, then council says, yeah, we agree. This is good. This is how we want our city councilors to represent the city council. And that's what I see as the change, not necessarily a wholesale change, because I think you did business that way with me. So I'm assuming that that's the way you did business with everyone else. I have no problem with the process that you used this year. And I think that that's what this states. Sorry. I just want to get that on to say, I don't think this is a wholesale change. I think this is pretty much how you were doing business.
in part,
Okay.
and there are some other, I see you, Sarita.
Thank you. I just wanted you to acknowledge me. Thanks.
I'm gonna finish what I have to say, and I'm gonna acknowledge that I saw you, and I also saw Counselor Parsons put her hand up, so.
no, I didn't,
You did not, okay, I saw your hand.
did I?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean
Keep
to,
your hands on the table.
I'm sorry,
Unless you're making a bid.
sorry, under the table, sorry.
Watch out for that, yeah. Although.
You might get
Sorry,
slapped or
that's not-
something.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, because the process in place up until now and still in place is the rules that we currently are under. So what we're talking about is making the changes to the process and procedure. And this was something that was not initiated by the council saying we want to take another look at it. It was initiated by an individual coming with, this is how I would, if I were mayor, this is what I would do. And so, at least that's how it felt to me, like I would look. at
That's not
this-
what I said.
It's not what you said. I said what it felt like to me was if I were redoing this, this is how I would write it down and approach it. So that's where we ended up with this rewrite, with changing how it's written down and also the addition of, and this is right now, the council rules have been that it simply gets read into the record, as you know, at the first meeting in January. We just go through down the list of who is going to be doing what and parse out the work. So we haven't had the step of the vote. And we also, haven't had the,
I like that though, and it gives you cover.
well, I haven't asked for it.
And it's not even just a random person. I mean, she is council president. She is mayor pro tem. So,
She's council president.
so I think that it's the same. Mayor pro tem and council president are the same position. And so I think it was, I'm glad you did the work, and I think it was, I mean, we, the city council elected her.
Yeah, you did.
So I think that it was appropriate that you did do the work. So that the rest of us didn't have to, so
Let her
thank you.
speak, okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to,
I didn't raise my hand, I was going like this.
I'm gonna go to Sarita.
I thought, no, Shady was speaking on the motion, or on her work.
Okay, so you like to do that before you
Yeah,
make your
okay.
comment? Okay. Do you wanna walk us through?
Well, so much has already been said. I really wanted to make sure that the process was collaborative, and it included all of our voices at the table, and all of us as a council, as a team, are the ones that made the decision, the final decision on who was assigned to what committee. Because Counselor Duran may think I should be on a committee that I didn't think about serving on, and he may have a really good reason to, try to say, I think Counselor Starr should be on this committee, and here's why. And I think it opened up.
There's that.
I think the process that I tried to put together, I think opened up dialogue for all of us together as a team, and didn't, what I was attempting to do was to have these conversations not in silos and in one-off conversations, but that we had them together as a team, and we talked with each other as a whole, all 7 of us, about what we maybe were interested in, what our schedule allowed, et cetera. So that is the impetus for for putting this, kind of bringing this forward, and asking for us as a council, whole entire council, to have the conversation together and then vote on those committee assignments. So that is
The end,
where we are. And then,
Oh, she was.
and then Joanne.
Kyle.
I wasn't saying anything. I just was.
Okay,
So I-
and I just wanted to say, yes, you did meet with each of us, and thank you, and Marlene was in that meeting, and when I sent you my email, and thank you that I didn't even recognize, I didn't have one of the committees that I asked for. And we switched it around, and there are some committees that I would like to go to the council for and say, I do believe that I would be a great fit on that. And
Wait, so you asked to be on a committee, but.
I
you
said,
got
like,
all-
here's my 1, 2, 3, 4.
And she didn't get any.
Oh, you didn't get any? Oh, okay.
So I would say, hey, peers, here,
Here's
again,
why.
1 of 7. This is why I think I would be a great fit. And you could say, wrong, Sarita, you don't know anything about that, Pedic. And that's fine. I'm good. I like healthy conversation. But that's why I love this idea.
Okay.
So one thing,
I did not raise my hand.
Okay.
I swear to God. God, I'm going over here.
I'm gonna finish my comment, I'm gonna come to Kyle. Okay, so I appreciate it, and Sarita, what you pointed out actually was an issue that we're gonna have to address here, because we have the 18.2, which refers to the internal. And that's the one that talks about send your top 3. And then we have the externals. So do we want to do it as top 3 for the whole thing? Or do we want to look at what are we handling internally, and then separately, what are we handling externally? Because that was not clear in this proposal, so we're gonna have to kind of sort that out. You know, who we want. Okay,
When you're done, I'll
So-
go after him.
I would. let
so
Shani
for
speak.
example, what we have for the, I keep referring to the top section, let me just pull up my little graph here. So on the internals, when we have everything, has emergency planning, CDEC, traffic safety, blah, 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 of course, none of you are excused from budget. Sorry.
That's my favorite committee.
Or long range planning task force. But I think that, these are the ones that we create, control. They are for the city, by the city, of the city.
I think
Then we need to have the conversation about how we want to do the outside appointments, and then have some definition around liaison versus voting. So if I could put a pin in that for a second,
Where's outside appointments?
the center section right here, 18.11. It's a separate section.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Kyle.
Okay, so since I've been on council, I think things have worked well for me. I've gotten what I wanted. And that hasn't been a problem, or I have been appointed stuff that I've liked, so it's been great. I think the issue we have is, to be blunt, some of the stuff that hasn't been allowed to be appointed, stuff that you've taken on. So that, I think, is the issue at this point right now, some of the external stuff that you've just gone mind and nobody's had a chance. So that is what I believe we're talking about here.
And that would be the 18.11 section, and for the record, I have been trying to, yeah, that's separate. For the record, I've been trying to get people, I finally got Laura when she took over Kaiser Heritage, because I was stuck on that. I had the privilege of serving on that for a long time. But I was really happy when she took that space, and I've been trying to find somebody for SCATS for 10 years. So thank you for Kyle for finally saying you'll do that. I've been asking for that. So for the record, the idea that I've been grabbing a hold of and saying nobody else can have a shot at it, has been partly availability and partly just an unwillingness on the part of council members to do that. For example, I kept on asking for an alternate to SCATS with the idea I'm gonna get them trained up. I've not been successful until now. Kyle said he'd finally do it. So I appreciate the thought there, but the characterization that this is something that I've been holding on to, I think is unfair. And has not been how I've approached it. I have asked for help and the workload has been crushing. So Yahoo Mountain Dew, happy to parse this out and let's get that figured out. But on the 18.2 and 18.11 are both different, both in form and function, and we need to have that conversation separately. Right.
Okay, well, for the record, I did ask for Mid-Willamette Valley Homeless Alliance, which you've been on for 6 years, and be the voting member. You wanted me to be an alternate because you wanted me to catch up. And I think I'm very well qualified in all the things that I do, that I don't need a training. Thank you.
So we'll have that conversation.
And that's, again, why I'd like it to go to a vote. You've had it for 6 years.
Okay.
So we will debate that and have that conversation, but I think that that gets to, because that was also my top. So that gets to on 18.2 and 18.11. Who decides? We had 4 people that wanted one committee and nobody that wanted another one.
But that's the conversation that I want us to have as an entire team together in a meeting. I don't, like this, if there are 4 people that want
I don't think so.
Traffic safety.
Plaggett Creek Watershed Council, for a lack of a better example, if 4 people, if 4 people want that committee, I think we should have a conversation as a team. If 4 people wanted to be appointed to the representative to COG, we have the conversation as a team. That's all I'm asking, that we have these conversations as a team in a public meeting. We can have healthy, I don't know, negotiations, because, maybe
One year.
Kyle wants to fight Dan for Plaggett Creek. And it's like, I think we need a team conversation as a whole, all 7 of us. It's a healthy, to use Sarita's word, healthy conversation, robust conversation. And when we're done with the conversation, in theory, everybody should be
Supported.
somewhere and
Yeah.
supported, and we vote on it as a council after we have that conversation. That is the crux, both for our internal committee liaison assignments, as well as our outside committee assignments. That's all I'm asking for, not the moon.
Yeah, so,
Lori.
so I think we,
Presiding officer is still my job.
yes, it is. I think we flogged this horse well enough.
Get on.
I think this is, well, I mean, I'd look to Joe, but I think this is well written. I don't know, did you read?
I would suggest, because you want to go over this too, this is sort of a meeting of minds in this particular section. So one of the things that I want to make sure that you guys understand too, from the way this is currently written,
Mhm.
is that we do have resolutions for each
Committee.
committee. And so right now it says third line from the bottom, unless specifically specified in the document forming the committee,
Wait a minute.
if approved, unless
So we have
specifically
to
specified in the document.
Mhm.
So it's not, whatever document, creates the committee, a lot of them are, well, one or two of them are silent as to who appoints to them. So a lot of them say mayor because of past practice.
Yeah.
So if you guys are trying to indeed be consistent with all of these resolutions,
Mhm.
you might say something to the effect of, for council member appointments via council, these rules supersede any individual resolution relating to specific.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I
So
like
that,
that.
Perfect.
so that you don't
Have
run
to change
afoul
that.
of having
The
conflicting,
resolution.
Go to
because
change
you're
everything
just
now.
saying you're gonna supersede those.
And then as we change any resolutions, we would make those updates then. Oh, that's a great ad.
Yeah, what Joe said.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So here's, carry on with that
Lori.
comment then. I think, is anybody in opposition of this, the way it's written and the intent of it?
As long as we get that add-on, so then we
Yeah.
have it for Monday.
As long as we get the intent correct,
Mhm.
verbiage can.
That we wanna vote.
So anybody in opposition of this? I think that's
No,
a-
but I will raise my hand now.
Marlene.
Thank you. I'm not in opposition, but I don't know if that's been really clarified. Nobody's trying to take anybody's powers or anything like that. We want to be a team. We want to make decisions as a team. We want to work as a team. And you're the leader of the team. But that isn't, we just want that, we just want to do all these together. And, and even though you always have been fair and you've always done that, we're just wanting it in writing.
So we're in
Does that
agreement.
make sense?
Are we through with 18.2?
Yeah.
Will you be quiet? I'm just
Oh.
talking.
Can we vote?
No, we can't.
Oh, no, we're not. Oh,
We cannot vote.
Consensus?
I have, Kathy, come back to me whenever.
Thank you. Dan, did you have something you'd like to add?
No, no. I might look dumb, but I ain't stupid.
We're not voting on that either.
Well, we could.
We will not, because that's impugning the character and motivation of one of our colleagues, and we don't do that here.
Self-impugned.
Yeah, okay, well, self-impunation is something that, we'll leave it to each of you. So what I just feel here is that bringing forth a process before we've had the conversation felt that it was retaliatory. That was the
Oh.
feeling I got from it. Because this was not that something was brought forward in conversation, let's take a look at it. Let's change how we do this. It was like, here it is.
But wait, isn't that what we're doing?
We are doing it now. We are doing it now. So how it felt was that it was brought as a council, and this goes back to the conversation earlier. It was brought as a topic for the council after the election, in which I was elected by the people of Kaiser, and the 6 of you were supportive of Lori. How it felt, and this is my feeling, was that there was a change in how we were doing things, and it felt retaliatory. That was the emotion. What I'm hearing in this conversation is that how do we take processes that that I have chosen to use over the last 10 years to engage each of you in conversation when you're willing to talk to me, to have those one-on-one conversations or two-on-one, whatever you're comfortable with, whatever I'm comfortable with, so we can communicate concerns. When I hear, well, I never really liked, or I didn't tell you, that feels like what happened that I wasn't told, or that we did not have that conversation. So what this felt like, and again, this is my feeling, is that this was I'm gonna change this, so we are going to your point, well, you've been holding on to all this power. I'm sorry, I've been trying to give this away and share the load, because it has been crushing. And I haven't gotten people that have been available, or in some cases willing to step up and do the work or show up on a regular basis. And at the end of the day, as mayor, it's my responsibility. It falls back on me to make sure that the ball gets into the end zone. And if a counselor drops it along the way, it's part of our job to pick it up and get it into the end zone. So what I'm asking from you is, I appreciated the willingness to sit down in December, knowing that this proposal had been brought forward. Again, I didn't see it before it hit the council, actually before it got read into the record by Shaney. But what it felt like was, okay, we're gonna change this and add this process and add this procedure without having a conversation about what is the problem we're trying to fix. If that is the problem we're trying to fix, then let's have that conversation. That perception and reality that people are feeling. But I would appreciate the courtesy of a conversation as well. And that's how it feels to me. So with that, I see both of your hands up, but I'm gonna finish my thought. And I want to say my piece. Okay? I appreciate, having the opportunity to work with you, put this list together. And in the interim, I've always asked you, if this isn't working for you, come talk to me. Let's make a change. Let's switch up the appointment so that the work is covered. Talk to me. I remember when you and Kim came to me and said, we want to switch committees. It's done at the next meeting, not a problem. Why? Because you brought it to me and you asked the question. Can we change this? Of course we can. So we have to make this work for us. We're all volunteers. We're all putting our lives on the line. We're all putting our incomes on the line. We're all putting our reputations on the line. It can just work. But I would ask, as I was elected by the people of Kaiser to continue in this role, to please, let's have these conversations. Let's build these bridges of relationship insofar as you're comfortable. I can't force relationship, but what I can do is continue to operate the way I have always striven to do. I've not been perfect at it. I will own that. But let's talk. Let's build that in as how we do business as a team. I appreciate your desire to be team members. But it means you talking to me so I can hear you. That's how I feel.
Is it my turn or is it her turn?
It's your turn.
Is that right?
Lori, it's your turn.
The only thing I would say, I'm in favor of the change that is written here with one exception. I don't like the conditions and, sorry.
I don't think those were mine.
Oh,
Those, I didn't add the conditions.
oh. Well, there's a section in there that says the mayor and council president shall use the following considerations for appointments. Those are conditions. Those read to me, anytime I see that, that says exclusions,
Who added
exclusion.
that?
I don't know. I thought you did.
It wasn't me.
Okay, so, I mean, that certainly are things that the council, that the mayor and the council president can consider, but I don't want them in the rules.
I didn't put them in there.
No, she
Okay,
didn't.
and the other thing I would just say, Mayor,
If I could
well,
answer
let me-
that question
let me
before you,
finish.
on that,
yes,
or where this came from.
oh, yeah,
So those are considerations that, in my mind, and in conversations that Shane and I had in the past, and then, when Elizabeth was the council president, these are things we took into consideration when we were doing those appointments, was we have to consider conflicts of interest. We have to consider that people are working. Don't try to tell somebody you're gonna do a committee, and it turns out that you are not gonna be able to do it.
Pinky Week. I
Pinky
appreciate,
Week.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that, but it shouldn't be in the rules.
Well,
Yeah,
I have
okay.
no problem with that.
Okay, the other part too is part of this, Mayor, and I appreciate you saying, and none of us are perfect people. But a lot of this goes back to trust and trust building. And you're very aware that there had been trust lost with your council. So we're now in a rebuilding and part of that is trust. I don't think this section right here has anything to do with that. This is all, hey, let's do this as a team. And I appreciate that. And I like that. And I think you're already, like you said, I'm halfway there. So I don't look at that as being a wholesale change for you and you've already had these meetings. That was not a slight against you. It was a, hey, we're all equal. Each one of us have a vote, and 7 of us do the best that we can as volunteers to do what we feel is the best for this city. Let's make these decisions as a group. So I reject I don't reject your feelings. I understand them, but I will tell you wholeheartedly, this is working towards rebuilding trust and saying, let's do this as a team. Let's work as a team, and let's put behind you, you have potentially some other trust rebuilding to do with some of our partners. When we vote on these committee assignments as a council, that gives you strength. That doesn't say I've made this decision independently. That says me, in cooperation with my city council, have made these committee appointments. In other words, we stand together. We're with you. And I think that's a good thing. Now I'm
I'm
done.
gonna respond to that, then we'll go to Sarita. Trust goes both ways. And I think that there's some other rebuilding to do as well, to know that we are working on things as a team rather than meeting with other organizations and then bringing things back. So I think we need to be clear that, we're not gonna be going to, other bodies for directing our city, what we're gonna do. The city of Kaiser, I agree, needs to do the telling, not be told, on a lot of issues. And we have a lot of work to do on really significant regional issues that we need to do the telling. So if we're going to be discussing really important issues such as urban growth boundaries, it needs to start here, focus here, and then we bring in the voices of the community here before we go out and talk to other organizations or be told by others. So for me, I felt that there was trust not happening because of other meetings that were happening that I found out about later. So that's how that felt. And I think we need to make sure that if we're going to be having those conversations, that we better be doing it here as all 7 of us and not as separate meetings with other bodies. And with that, those relationships with other jurisdictions, absolutely. We need to continue to work collaboratively, but be the independent voice Kaiser is known for being. And make sure that we are working on that together. I think that that's, we have these conversations that might make our city council meetings go a little longer. But we have, if that we're okay with having those conversations. So watch out for that 9 o'clock, it could come up. But I think if we're focused on the issues and we are working on those together rather than other, working in other jurisdictions, priorities. Our priorities are our priorities. And that felt like to me, like we needed to make sure we're concentrated here. So yes, that was a trust loss from my perspective. Okay. So.
Okay, thank you for sharing, and, I'm sorry that it felt like we as a whole were retaliatory. From my perspective, it was more, again, what Marlene says, that, hey, put me in, coach, like, I really think that I could be helpful and useful, and not you, anybody, I would say the same thing. Dan, you've been doing this, like, come on, give me a shot.
You have to stay.
So that's what I would say to that, and and I would say feelings, I will tell you when, and Marlene was there, when you said this requires a lot of training and a lot of thought, that's kind of offensive when I heard that. So just so you know, from sitting there and hearing you say that, that's how I felt.
I appreciate that, and be able to have those additional conversations. And,
Y'all stay on Claggett Creek, I don't care.
I want that one, by the way, just for the record.
So are we in agreement to move forward?
It's my turn and then we can do that.
It is Marlene's turn.
Jeez.
Okay. Yes, Marlene.
As the newly appointed counselor, I was not aware of any of this till later either. But I didn't think it was retaliatory. I thought it was, us trying to work together as a team and bring that trust back in and bring that teamwork back in, because I don't want these people thinking that, you know, we're picking on anybody or putting anybody down. I care about Kaiser, you care about, we all care about Kaiser, or we would not be sitting in these chairs right now. Right? And I think what we all have to start doing is working together, building that trust back up and get crap done. Okay, can we just do that? Thank you. Now that I've said that, can we get through this really quick?
I don't know about the quick.
Well, we
Well,
got 20
is there
minutes.
anything we disagree on this part then?
Just
So
the
I
part that
think-
you scratched, I mean, that one.
So I did have a question on. And I appreciate, Jamie, your comment about if we have 3 people that want, planning. I know you wish, right? That we would then talk about it as a group. In my conversations on one of the committees, I couldn't get anybody to say they would do it, so we might end up with, at some point, we might need a tiebreaker. That somebody ends up the final arbiter, so you might want to think about that.
That would be the vice president.
There you go. I like it.
I can just see that one. So on the committees, commissions internally, we've got, recommendations that were published, although those are gonna, a couple of them are gonna change. Okay, so the recorder makes the list. Sends to the council people. Sends the top 3. Yes, so the council, mayor and council president makes an initial list. So in order to finish that conversation, if we're making that initial list, I know we can't, this is gonna be a process question. Can we send it back out to everybody? Because it's Ryda's point. What if I didn't get any of my top 3 because we had other people that,
That
in
would be the-
conversation. That would be, come back around. So should we send it back out, Joe?
I would just warn that that level of interaction with a matter that's gonna come in front of the body
For a
with
vote.
more than a quorum of folks would create a zero.
Work session.
But can we do a work session to do that?
Can't we just go over that at the agenda meet, or
You
city
could do
council?
it at a meeting.
at the
Do it at city
At the
council.
meeting, you can do it all day long.
City council.
It's noticed and.
It's already on
you know,
there, it's
people are
already
here.
on the agenda.
So so they recommended, the recommendations put together by the mayor and city and council president would then be noticed, put into the council packet.
Yeah,
And then if people want to make a change to that top, to this.
we could do it in
Section.
city council
Yeah.
and then vote on it there.
That works.
Isn't it on Monday's agenda? Or Tuesday, sorry.
What,
If it's on the agenda, let's just
Yeah,
have the
it said assigned
conversation
committees.
at the city
City
council
council.
meeting.
Yeah, it
And
says
we'll
assigned
just-
committees on Monday.
Have healthy and robust
Tuesday, sorry.
conversation during the council meeting. What was that? I missed that between you and Marlene, Mayor.
Nothing, we thought that's gonna be long. That's,
Well,
it might
Well, then we
be.
vote on it.
no, I know, that's all we were just saying.
Yeah. Again, I'll do a robust conversation.
It might be, but you know what? It's all just in getting
That's
organized for
fine, I
the
understand
next
what
2
you're saying, we were
years.
just going long, that's all,
Mhm.
So pack a lunch.
whatever.
Come on, Matt. I'll bring
It's
you
gonna be
carrots.
breakfast.
That's what.
I
we have
don't
for
think
breakfast.
so. I don't
We
think
had, we had
so.
our protein, so.
No, I could-
Are we ready to go to 18.3?
No, hold on, she's almost done.
Okay, so this ends at, the portions for considerations that comes off.
That's it.
Can we put in here somewhere, and this is pinned for the future on conflict of interest? That when we are making appointments to any committees or commissions, internal or external, that we have to be really aware of potential conflict of interest.
You can do that and it not be in the rules. You can do that. And
Yeah,
if
I don't
that
know.
happens and comes up, then just say, listen, this is why I didn't do it. I think there's a conflict here.
So we're taking this out?
Yeah,
Yes,
all the
but
conditions.
that's the,
Mhm.
Okay.
They can still use those conditions.
Gotcha, okay.
mhm. Okay. 18,
I have a question, I have a comment.
really?
I do,
Um,
but it's easy. And I think this is an easy one. This is,
I agree.
this is talking about qualifications to be appointed to a committee. And the issue is a resident property owner, like can someone who doesn't live in Kaiser be on a Kaiser committee?
That's the question.
That's the question. So we have added a resident property owner, an employee in or business owner in the city. And that's the issue. That's the issue.
Right, so do we want, I'll go on with you, Joe, just a sec.
Okay.
Okay. And this is why this got put in there was because there's this conversations that we've been
Mhm,
having
mhm.
about who should be making the recommendations to the city. Years ago, we had a person on a committee that was a subject matter expert, and then that person moved out of Kaiser.
Mhm.
But what we wanted to keep that person on the committee, so we made a change to allow for that person, so we would have up to one non-resident as a member of the committee.
And doesn't this one say one or no?
No, it's
No.
but it's by resolution of each individual committee. Some of them allow for it,
Mhm,
and some of them, like budget, do not statutorily.
mhm.
But, let's say, Kaiser, Public Arts Commission has a local artist that would love to be on the committee, and you would love to have them on there, and they are not a resident.
Right on.
Do you want that opportunity to do
Yes.
that?
I
And
think we
do
do.
they need to have a rational nexus to Kaiser?
Yes, I think
So,
they do.
And that's where this description is. Does this work for you for being comprehensive enough to get at that, or are you not comfortable with it?
I think, we're-
Discuss.
Yeah, I think it works.
I mean, it says except
But I
for
think we-
specified by resolution or ordinance, so we'll just go by the
And
resolution.
can't we add right here, only one per committee?
Up to maximum
I
of
would say
one?
Maximum of one.
Maximum of one, Joe, per committee. I don't think any of us think we need more than that. But that's exactly
Parks
right,
already
Mayor.
has that.
Parks already has
Yeah,
that.
Parks
Yeah.
does have that. Mhm.
So I
You have a
didn't,
non-
something on that?
Who is it?
Check.
Okay.
I mean, I get it. I mean, like, it's like Becca Button, she's
Yep.
on art.
Easy.
Yeah, exactly. She has a business here. She doesn't live here.
Mhm.
What a great example.
Yeah, Becca's buttons.
Effective me.
Becca,
Perfect.
Yeah. She does not live
Perfect
here, but she
example.
owns a business here.
yes.
So there's your rational connection in for making recommendation to council by somebody who has, let's, call it what it is, skin in the game.
Mhm.
That's what it is.
We want them skin in the game and we want to have that option. Joe,
So I will say a resident or a maximum of one non-resident property
Yes.
owner, employee and or
Okay.
business owner in the city.
Perfect, like it.
Okay, well, but still governed by the underlying resolutions and ordinances.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, next.
well,
right.
stand by though, the way that sentence is structured is that, we have to restructure that sentence because we want has to be 18 or over as a separate standalone sentence.
Yeah.
We've had to do that. We had a counselor appoint somebody who was under 18 to a committee.
I know.
Yeah, so can we make that a separate sentence so we don't conflate that into this conversation?
Sure. So to receive an appointment, the candidate must be 18 years or older. on the
Yes,
date of
good.
Appointment.
Good,
Period,
good,
Further,
period.
the candidate must be a resident
comma, or,
each, committee can have a maximum of one non-resident property owner, employee in or business owner in the city except where specified by resolution.
can we simplify that, please? To where it says, the appointee must be a resident, no, that city committees shall have no more than one non-resident member, comma, that non-resident member must be a property owner, employee in or business owner in the city.
Okay, so
There's two separate things. We want
you
to,
want the resident then to be its own sentence as well.
yes,
So it must be a resident and then also city committees cannot have more than one non-resident property owner, employee or business.
but if they're non-resident, then they need to be either a property owner, an employee in, or a business owner in the city. Are we good on that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Lori,
Can I ask that we officially move council review of the purpose, need, and objectives of all boards, commissions, and committees that are not statutorily required, and council, city council 2025-26 short-term and long-term council goals to our February work session, and ask council to agree that we will have maybe a long potential work session one more time.
I don't think it'll be that long a work session, but, does anybody disagree with that?
Okay, good.
No, I think that's the direction we were going anyway.
Yeah, I do too.
So thank you for saying for saying that for us
Well-
and putting it out into the universe.
Okay, well, we're almost done, all right?
I
We
know,
are.
I know, I'm excited.
But I don't know about you, my brain's about to explode.
Okay,
Damn.
Is budget the only one that requires that the members be a member of the electorate?
yes, I
Planning
think
does
so.
That's right.
No, I don't think so.
No,
I think it's only budget.
on budget.
And then by default, the long range plan, well, no,
Yeah.
long range plan task
Yes, yes.
force, because the
Audit.
membership of that is the same group.
And
Correct.
audit.
Oh, an audit.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because that's, city council members and,
Mhm. So audit also.
right,
So those are the only ones that require them to actually be US citizens.
Oh,
Well, that's a word we
Well,
had
that's a
trouble
fun
with.
that is a true statement,
That is. a
because they have to be
true
electors.
okay.
But they may be a US citizen, but not be registered to vote.
Yeah,
But they
That
are
doesn't-
electors,
That
Yeah.
doesn't exclude them except that on their own, decision not to be registered.
Right.
right,
I just want to clarify that.
okay,
okay,
18.5.
so, I like that one. Yeah, to your point, Dan, actually, budget committee members required to be appointed from the electorate. That's already in resolutions and statute. Okay, well, I got sitting around. Just checking my notes.
I think 18.5 and 18.6 are good. I don't think you'll care about that, Kathy.
Oh, no, I believe my note on 18.5 was, yes, this works.
Yeah. Good.
Anybody object to that?
Mhm.
Okay. 18.6, kind of what we've been doing anyway.
Yeah, so it's just what we do anyway.
Okay, so that's what we've been doing. This is that other one relating to the personal policies that we just adopted, we talked about in 2.1. Can we, because this is open meeting law. Personnel policy is not open meeting law, so that's a non sequitur within 18.7. We addressed this issue around personnel policy compliance way back a
Yes,
few hours ago. Can we delete this because it is already handled? more
Delete,
generally?
Yeah, that
delete
same
section
sentence.
18.7?
No, just
no,
the
no,
red
just
line.
the red line,
Okay.
because it's already in 2.1, same sentence.
And it's more relevant to the 2 point blah, blah, blah,
Yep,
Okay,
than it is under open meeting law.
Unless there's a reason that we need to have it, Joe.
No,
No, okay, delete.
yeah, it's duplicative.
it's duplicate.
And redundant.
And it's repetitive too.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
Holy
It's good
smokes.
place.
Okay,
I think we're gonna make it.
we are, hurry, yeah, oh my
6
God,
minutes.
we back to it.
Okay, 18.8, we have, can we change the last thing in 18.8 where it says, date of the appointment, length of unexpired term, and says their addresses and phone numbers. Can we just say contact information? Because we have emails, we have
Yes.
blah, 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 blah,
Yep,
blah.
yep.
Yes,
Okay. And then on 18.11, this is that other piece, so we have two different types, but there is a typo I want to address, and then we can get into the meat. As listed as an example where we would have a liaison is Kaiser Rotary. Never in my recollection in my life have we ever had a representative do Kaiser Rotary.
We
I
have
think
not.
that's a great example.
I'd
Can we
like to-
delete that?
I'd like to delete all of these. I don't think we need to call out the specific committees
Yeah.
because they change.
yes,
I think.
Thank you.
All right.
So can we just, cause these were just for
yeah, for
examples.
EGs, yes,
Yep. So,
Let's get rid of the EGs.
so
yes.
they include both government bodies as well as nonprofit organizations. And that's not entirely, well, that is true, but put a period there, e.g. Cross. So everything up to the, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
perfect. Okay, so, for non-counselor appointments, that is by VCC. And then here we get into, so we have liaison and non-liaison positions. So, thanks to the conversations that have been, started, we need to kind of separate those two conversations. We have the ones where it's liaison, and that would be to the, Kaiser United, Clyde Creek Watershed Council, and the Chamber. These are by invitation.
Yes, correct.
These are not committees that we control or organizations we control. We're
Mhm.
invited
Mhm.
to have a liaison. So I think we need to be clear
Mm.
that we are there at their invitation and under their rules and bylaws, not ours.
So let's split it. Let's
Thank
say
you.
outside liaison, voting member,
Yeah, so
Two
because
paragraphs.
there's totally different.
so that we'll know. I don't think the process, well, wait a minute.
It is different.
Yeah, it is
It
different.
is very different.
Mhm.
So take it for the, and I want to thank, Tracy, a couple of 3 years ago, no longer than that. We had actually put in this whole line of voting member, non-voting member, and that's where it really comes clear. But on the liaisons to other, organizations, we need to have a clear scope, and that's to protect the counselor.
Mhm.
So that whatever you're doing there, that you know what your scope is, so that if they ask you to participate in or do something that's outside of your scope as counselor.
Shoot, sorry. Salem driver, I don't know what I just pressed.
Film at 11.
Yeah.
But I think it's important that we're really clear what we're there for, so that if somebody gets mad and says, I'm gonna go after you, you're protected. Because you are operating in your scope as a city councillor. So, looking at the liaisons, we have to be clear that you're there as a communications conduit,
Mhm.
just like on the internal,
Mhm.
period, end of discussion. Separate and apart would be, the voting. So this is the heritage, this is via the lease. So it's a requirement under the lease agreement between the city and that organization.
And I've solved it. I've got a KAA member.
Perfect. Yep, knew you could.
So,
So-
excuse me for just a second.
Yeah.
So doesn't each of these, non-voting and voting, we already have resolutions for each of these, right?
No,
Oh,
No,
we don't?
because they don't. we
because
don't
they're
control them.
outside.
Oh.
These are
okay,
outside.
Okay,
So that, but to your point, with the heritage, it's a lease agreement. These
Right.
are all contractual.
okay.
So with the heritage, the COG board, the Economic Development Partnership Board, Nibble-Emmett Valley Homeless Alliance.
You know what,
These are
basically,
all, we are all members with voting rights on these organizations operating under their bylaws.
because we give money.
Right, right.
In
Gotcha.
part.
Anything where there's money.
Oh,
Or we're a member like the ORS 190s.
Yeah.
We are member organizations with voting rights. That's why this is important,
Okay.
that we recognize that we are delegating the person we're sending with voting rights to represent the interests of the people of Kaiser in those organizations. That's how this works.
But hold it there.
I understand. just a
That's how you
sec.
got in trouble.
That's how yes, I understand on the SCATS issue. Again, 1 out of 18 years. Come on, $11.3 million.
I'm just saying.
I know. But thank you for that. And $11.3 million. So remembering that, that's why these are important and why we have voting members.
Mhm.
So two things. One is that, we really want to make sure that we all get sent all the agendas from those, organizations and subscribe. So we all have, access to that information. It used to be, had to remember to send it out. Now,
I didn't do anything.
I didn't touch it either. Adam, what'd you do?
My hands are right.
It's a
It was
ghost.
Garrett.
See? Okay.
Okay, we're good.
So with that, we are delegating people to represent the interests of the people of Kaiser in these situations where we have voting rights. Okay? Lori,
So do we need to restate, Joe, that I believe we want the same process that was internal on 18.2 to apply to 18.11.
If you want that same process, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that needs to be replicated in 18.11.
That was the intent.
Okay.
yes.
But it wasn't there, so that's another reason to bring up this whole process.
So, yeah, so that's
And-
different.
Yeah, and definitely separate this out.
Yeah, the
that,
voting and non-voting.
Yeah, not the liaison, that we have outside liaisons, and that's operating within by invitation
Mm-hmm,
or within a defined scope.
mm-hmm.
And then these are contractual.
Are you getting this, Joe? Cause this is good stuff.
Yeah, but I haven't heard any particular or very specific language.
That's right, cause you're the
You're
lawyer.
gonna write it.
Yeah, you haven't figured that out.
I see.
Yeah, you're the lawyer.
That's what we're saying. We wanna split them and say
Yeah.
liaison,
Yeah.
And
invitation
contractual
only,
or whatever.
and contractual, and most of those are, like the mayor said, most of those are where we give money to these organizations. That's why we've got a
That's
seat at the
never a voting
table.
member, yeah.
Well,
Role money.
and so.
We're actually, or us when.
Just so I can understand, for liaison invitation positions, are individually people invited or do
No, the
they
city
say,
please
please send us a
He said that's
person?
a person.
We pick
Oh,
who.
okay.
Yes, and then we.
Not in my
We pick who. They don't get
I know
to
it's
tell,
a-
they don't get to say, we want Dan. No.
Sometimes.
Well, I mean, maybe,
Well, sometimes they do.
yeah.
Sometimes they ask.
And and if they ask, then we have to abide by, respect their decision.
Well,
don't we?
Well, no.
No,
No,
Or they can say, I don't want that.
well, that's true. Then we were.
That could definitely
Yeah.
happen.
Well, I believe this would have to be a conversation because we're there as, we're invited.
Right.
Okay?
I need water.
No,
No.
I have my gallon jug.
Oh,
Just check.
I think, okay.
Keep it light.
All right, Joe's gonna write that.
Okay,
Okay.
Okay, good.
so does that help clarify that? So I really like this redefinition to separate this out.
I do too.
Yep.
That's a
this
good
is
change.
Very good
change.
clarification.
Yep.
And then, again, so looking at the internals, we need to look at the externals as well. And we also have to be cognizant of the bylaws of the organization, that we are sending somebody to. Because we're operating under that intergovernmental agreement, like the OS 190s, those are defined. We're not in control, we are a member of that governing body, that board. Okay,
Mhm.
so with that, then, yeah, we need to know which ones you want to be on, can be on.
I can't believe we've done it.
We're not done. You just shut up and we'll us finish. Whoa, Tiger. Not you, her. Sorry.
probably finished.
Okay, but it's 12:04.
Okay, next.
Can I ask a question? After,
Of course,
just to clarify, because I'm starting to get fuzzy, we're past the 3 hour mark. So on the agenda for Tuesday's council meeting, we are assigning committees that day and we're voting on them?
Yeah,
Yes,
Okay.
well, that's the intent.
that's the intent.
Okay.
That's what we're
just-
trying to
just-
We're gonna adopt these. Joe said he'd work
Okay,
over the
Got
weekend.
it. Thank you.
By way of information, both Kaiser United and Clyde Creek Watershed Council would like to have a council member there.
and Kaiser Community Library has said so as well.
Great, look at us.
Are we going to 1812?
Let me see.
So just to clarify,
Damn it.
Okay, no, there was a problem.
I'm gonna be separating the liaison invitation positions from the contractual positions
That is
and
correct.
making sure that we're putting in there that we're being cognizant of the bylaws of the organizations and that we're gonna want the same appointment process that we outlined in 18.2.
Correct.
Yes.
All of that true.
And there's a problem in the line where it says, the particular outside committee shall determine any attendance requirements, other matters concerning membership, voting, and procedure, subject to council approval. That is not something we control.
No, it isn't.
So that needs to be deleted.
Deleted.
Did you get that, Joe?
So
Which sentence?
We don't,
just not, just the whole sentence goodbye.
no, that last,
subject to approval.
Subject.
so
to
what,
council approval.
We can't approve their rules.
Yeah, subject to approval, all that is
we are a
deleted.
voting member of that body approving any rules, bylaws, et cetera. But we, the council, do not approve the requirements of the organization. We as a member must comply with.
Yeah.
And I think it's also important to note that many of them require an appointed alternate. So that's part of the process as well. That's why that's in there with the grid where it says alternate, because they have to be predetermined in order to be eligible to vote should the voting member be absent. And that's again baked into the organization or the OS 190. So that's why that's there. And I like the phrases, unless such outside committee rules specifically allow for substitution, they generally don't. But we can leave that in there for the just in case. And then, of course, the last one is important for that bottom section. And I really appreciate a question I got from Shaney was the kind of the but for. Nothing herein contained shall prevent a council member from being a member of a committee outside these provisions. A membership as a private citizen not representing the city of Kaiser. So there were 3 of them that I listed that are not but for our position, and that was, Shaney and Sarita are on the Marion County Public Safety Coordinating Council. That's not tied to your term being city councilors. I'm on the SEDCO Board of Directors. That's not tied to being mayor. And I'm also on I have applied for the Mid-Willamette Valley Community Action Agency, also not tied to being mayor.
It's just you as a
Just
person.
me as a person. So, those come off the list because they're not but for. When I leave office, actually sooner, because my term on the OMA Board of Directors, it requires I be a mayor. So if I were not mayor anymore, I'm not on the board anymore.
Mhm.
So that's the difference. Does that help
Yeah.
clarify that? So that will clean up that list.
And I think you
significantly.
added the Oregon State Fair Council for me because that is,
That is also not,
That's
no,
you,
that's
that's you
elected.
as a person?
that's
That's
elected.
elected.
Oh,
That's
elected.
elected,
Oh, okay.
okay,
That's why that's on there.
yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm the governor's appointee. She
Yes.
wanted diversity.
Well, that by God is you.
I'm not touching
No, I'm not saying a word, I'm just going, looking at the next one here.
that. Okay.
Facts are the facts.
So I've got one more, okay. Council liaison positions and non-voting. So 1812. Oh, that was on just notifying the city recorder
Yeah,
and chair if you're gonna
that's
be
nothing.
absent, which is again,
Yep,
what we started doing.
Yep.
Because it made sense.
Yep.
And then put out to the universe, not gonna be there. If it's non-voting, but again, Public Arts Commission can't do it because it's voting. Currently.
Right, for a minute.
Hopefully we'll change that. But we cannot presume an outcome.
okay,
I do have one more question, though. One of the duties, I don't know where this falls, is, because we have the committee of the audit committee. And right now, the mayor appoints 2 members of the audit committee from the budget committee to be on that. I've got 2 people who agreed to do it.
Wasn't it volunteers?
Mhm.
Wasn't that this? Where?
No, that was judge evaluation.
Oh, you're right,
Audit
you're right.
committee is on here.
okay,
But it has 2 more. And that is 2 members of the budget committee, which is announced and appointed by the mayor.
okay.
So I've already reached out to the budget committee, asked 2 people to do it. They're willing to do it.
Mhm.
So normally I would just announce it, say,
So why don't you tell us who they are and we'll say, sounds great.
and I'll
Monday.
do that.
Okay,
Okay. Oh, it's Elaine and Melissa. By the way.
great. That sounds great.
Shall we vote on it?
We can't vote. We're in work
This
session.
is work session.
He's
We can
just,
have consensus.
he's just being kind.
We're all fuzzy, man, it's like, this is a.
You guys, we've done it.
I've got like 5 minutes left in it.
Okay, so
Well,
now we're
you guys
to,
want
That's
to
it.
do it in one.
that's
Yeah, but
right, we did.
that's just about it
Section
there.
20,
20, yeah. We have to change the strongly encouraged to,
shall.
shall. That was the December thing.
Yep.
Where we do the brainstorming, blah, blah, blah. And work session, well, we started now, but we have till the end of April, so we're good to finish that.
Mhm.
And then we've added in making sure that we review our, board brain, words, speak. Our committees and the proclamations. Those are two things we wanted to fold into this work. Doing the annual review, correct? Or the
Oh, the-
biannual.
The goal,
What are you doing?
whatever that overnight hit and run, they want you.
Somebody,
Don't
here's
kidding.
a hit and run.
Okay,
It's
goal
they wanna
work
talk
session,
about.
you wanted to add in, what you're saying, it's during the goal session, you wanna add in. Committee review and what?
We were looking at community review and then we were talking about the proclamations, or did we change that? and
I
not
think
work
we,
that in
I
there?
think we got resolution on that.
Yeah.
I mean, not resolution, I mean, I think, agreement,
Consensus.
thank you.
Ish.
Yeah, I think we don't, I think we just add the, and we've already done that, because we just agreed as a council in our work session to do the committee review. And then do,
Right.
and then do,
Yes.
so we're good.
So we need to, and we put that here, do we need to refer it back here again? That is what we're doing in the first calendar quarter following election. Work session shall be dedicated to work, council goal, work plan setting.
And so you're in C
And
20,
then
20.1 C.
20.1 sub C.
Yeah, so in there, Joe, we would add,
So-
and that's where we would do committee review.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dedicated to council goal, work plan setting, committee reviews and proclamation reviews or no?
No, we don't,
no,
we
I
don't
think we're
need,
doing that separately.
oh,
We were
oh,
doing that.
oh,
list.
the list.
The list,
Yes, Joe,
checking it twice.
that's exactly right. Committee review.
Is that review and appointment, or is it just review?
No, do we want to keep it? Do we want to make changes? It's the
Right.
committee review.
Right.
Yeah.
Committee review and
Proclamation.
proc
And
list.
proclamation, yeah.
Proc
Those are
list.
the two that we talked about this morning.
Yeah, you're right, Mayor.
To add in, and
You keep it together for 5 more minutes.
I am.
We are just fine. Yeah.
Oh, we've lost them.
No, Marlene.
Something in the news.
Didn't do anything.
There's a hit and run.
No, that was good, Kathy. So now we're in 21.
okay, so I'll make sure we're clear there.
It was like
Oh, let me
he's trying to
capture
tell
that
me.
thought, just a sec.
Can't believe we did it. Yay, team.
I'll have to capture that thought on the return trip.
Yeah,
So looking at goal setting work plan, that's 20.1 A. And then we hit it again on 20.1 C.
Mhm.
Why are those separate? It doesn't make sense to me. Can we look at,
2 years.
oh, this is parameters,
Yeah, one's parameters and one's,
one doing the work session
Yeah,
itself.
yeah.
Got it.
okay.
I just wanna make sure we're not, I know we talked about putting things in more than one section, but I think it creates confusion. So I have a different approach. And then you do the reporting partway through, because I love that work session, by the way. I know that in the past we got a progress report, but Adam, what you did on doing an actual work session, working through the, where we were with the council goals halfway through so we could make adjustments. I think that was super constructive. So rather than just talk about a report, can we put that in as a work session, a mid biennium work session? But that's what we did this last year.
Well,
I found it super helpful.
Let's try it, let's see.
Yeah, that's what we did. We did a work session on where we were with the council goals. We did that
so
after 1
mid-year.
year. It was mid biennium.
Oh, mid biennium.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
sure.
biennium.
Right.
Show.
Because right now it just says the city manager shall shall provide a report of progress of council goals and mayor shall report a report of progress. I don't do that.
Okay.
Council work, oh, that's when we did a work plan.
So if, to make it for ease of everybody, at the end of that first sentence, I'm just gonna put in a work session.
Yeah.
So he'll provide a report of progress of council goals.
Can you take out the part of mayor shall provide a report on the council work plan?
Yes,
Because that was something we tried, we experimented with in 2020 and it really didn't take hold.
No,
okay, so I'm gonna take out
take it out.
the and mayor shall provide the council work
One
plan.
less thing.
So the city manager is gonna provide that in the first quarter of the second year of the biennium in a work session.
50-page report.
That
Double
could exceed
space.
2 hours.
Double space.
With references MLS. Shall amend, so for the rest of the biennium, council. Yeah, that's what we did. That was a great conversation. We had everybody, we all engaged with folks. We had other people come up, other committees that were engaged in different projects. And it was a great conversation. And I'd love to make sure we embed that here. Oh, no, your TikTok.
See, what's
Okay.
Dennis's-
Although I've left now, it's just mandatory training.
Yep, and we already have that mandatory.
Yep. The Chiefs are on at 1:30.
Go Chiefs.
Yes, go Chiefs. I didn't wear my socks, so I should put those.
Didn't know, huh? Oh, yeah.
Because all of these changes are, are somewhat numerous, I'll make sure that there's a printed copy up on the dais for everyone to look at.
Perfect, what a good idea. That
Thank
sounds
you.
great.
Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Redlined or not, or,
Yeah, it'll be right.
Red line,
Thank
yeah,
You can see it.
perfect.
Okay, thank you.
That's gonna be messy.
Excellent.
So
I bet that'll be easy.
that's a kiss of death, Lori. You don't say things like that.
You're right.
Like the short meeting.
You're right, that'll be a bugger.
Thank you. I just want to say something very briefly, just to kind of close this out today. I think that I felt coming into this quite apprehensive about how our relationships can build, move forward, and I feel encouraged.
Great, good.
I appreciate that there have been issues that some of you have expressed to me, and we can have that conversation about what that looks like with trust building both ways. I have similar feelings. And similar feelings, which I've been able to express to you today, and I appreciate having that platform to do so. I think that moving forward, that I would encourage us to have face-to-face conversations, work things out, and be willing to just sit down and, be people together. We're volunteers trying to figure this out. And by using our collective wisdom, caring, concern, what were you thinking? Oh, I didn't understand. Questions, I think we have the opportunity to change how we function. And I want to make sure that you all know that my door is open. Love to sit down with any of you over a cup of coffee or decaf, whatever works for you. To continue those conversations. I think it's important as a mayor elected by the people of Kaiser to live out the values that we have as a team. And I invite you to engage with me on that journey. And I want to engage with you on that journey as well.
I move we adjourn.
We don't
You
do
be
motions
quiet, We're
here.
not doing
Oh, that's
motions.
right.
We don't do
God, Lord,
motions
this-
here, Lori.
And that's
You can't even do the
Dennis's.
Dennis motion.
All right, go Team K. Got it.
All right. Go Chiefs.
Okay.
It's 12:19. We are adjourned.
Amazing. 18, good job.
Except the fourth job, it doesn't have to be.
Team K.
I just find it so good.